Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another live stream recording of Hearthstone. Today is Wednesday, June 6th. We're kind of working our way towards E3. I've got a E3 template I'd like to show somebody if anybody gets on chat and wants to give me some feedback. Unfortunately, I cannot seem to get a break with any notifications from YouTube anymore. It's just not happening. So we've got a challenger friend and 50, so the thing I should trade is the 50. So we need to play Divine Shield minions and challenge a friend. Gonna be kind of hard to challenge a friend on the Asian account, but we'll try to add some random people. We also have the Tavern Brawl. It's kind of a good thing right now that I have probably more to do today than normal, because there is a ton of news, even more than usual. It seems like there's a lot of people trying to get news out before E3. Encounter at the crossroads under a Maelstrom. Choose a class, get random cards. Each card you cost are randomized. Well, if we need to play Divine Shield, then we play Paladin cards, I would assume. I played a little bit more of Borderlands 2. I'm now getting into the groove of it, and I'm liking it a lot better. I'll talk about it a little bit later, but I just 9 minutes ago tweeted Steam Games saying, "I love your new no censorship policy. Would you kindly buy YouTube and implement the same policy there?" Because they have come out and said, at least from the headlines, I honestly, admittedly, haven't read the articles yet. I was waiting for the stream. They've come out and said, no, we're not going to censor anything except for trolling and illegal products, which is kind of what they were only doing anyways. The assumption there is that this is them literally also saying that they're not going to stop direct pornographic video games from being released on Steam anymore, because there was this nebulous pornography rule that was there, and Honey Pop and Mutiny and the like, those sex visual novels, were not falling, I think, directly under that category.
This one turned out nice.
I'm not sure where the line is. Nobody ever really is sure where the line is for pornography. I guess inherently pornography, by one definition, is 100% designed around sex scenes, and so if there's even my broad definition would say if there's even one scene where you're not having a sex scene in the game, it can't be classified as pornography. At least that's where I would have drawn the line. But it's an impossible line to draw, certainly, and it always has been, and that's why it always boiled down to the ridiculous. I'll know it when I see it.
Dungeon reeks of magic. Delightful.
Cast each spell you cast on your minions. In this one, well, I haven't cast any spells at all. Let's see.
Follow the rule.
Oh, apparently I was gonna win just by playing cards. Well, that was easy enough. So that is how I'm taking it right now, is that rule is gone, plus I assume some of their other rules are gone. And inherently, I still would have liked to see a way to flag some very low effort games, and as at least trolling, and maybe the definition of trolling will just get ever expanded to include some extremely low effort games. But Discovery 2.0, I've said it so many times, seems like it works, that it stops being a concern that there's bad games on Steam. Like, the only people are basically me and Jim Sterling and anybody else who's watching every single game come out. And see it's kind of weird because like active shooter just got taken off Steam, and I'm not sure how much of this had to do with other news about the Steam Link just not being approved on the Apple Store. Okay, so we just played somebody. Let's see if we can try to add them as a friend so we can challenge a friend. And meanwhile, let's see if we can have a Divine Shield deck. Like, the kind of worst case scenario today would be it for me to might as well try and get ranked wins while we're playing Divine Shield on Wild. Yeah, me getting all of this done really early while there's tons of news might be an issue. Let's see, Commander has an article, Jake Hunter, detective story, Prism in the Eyes, opening movie. Normally I'd look at this a little bit more. It's a PS4 and Switch game from Arc System Works, according to the tags at the bottom. It's expected August 9th in Japan for the PS4 and Switch. According to the center of the article, I don't want to see that trailer though. So let's watch the trailer and see. Like, I do kind of want to get on the hype train for games and know what they're about, at least usually. And so trailers often are the easiest way to get a visual feel of what they're aspiring to, even if it's not what the game actually looks like. This game, interestingly, looks like a straight up targeted to older adults crime story anime manga. It has a very hard edge pencil sketch animation to it. No magical girls here, no high school kids. These are adults, and you every now and then in anime, like maybe one a season, maybe one a year, you'll get in something that is totally just focused at adults, and it's always nice to see.
Let me think.
Arguably, maybe the balance should be a lot higher than that, but they don't sell very much. Anime in general is very fad based, so unless something becomes super popular,
This beast will not be tamed.
you can't start a trend there. Yeah, but that trailer didn't show me anything, so moving on. So for the most part, the reason we're still mostly dealing with kids is because Astro Boy was a kid cartoon, and the reason there was a kid cartoon because Mickey Mouse was a kid cartoon. Moving on, there's a game on Steam called Empty Town. It says it's a 3D VR horror shooting game. So you're walking around and it looks like you're walking around a department store and mannequins are crawling towards you and attacking you. That in itself isn't a terrible idea. It looks kind of like a horror game. They could have been something, but the polish is kind of missing.
Not on my watch.
Let's see.
Repent.
Hit this one.
Join
Hit
or
this one.
die.
And hit that one.
Repent.
Kill that one. Let's see. Empty Town is in traditional Chinese, German, and Russian, but not Japanese. So this tells me this probably is a cheap Chinese attempt at something that looks like a Japanese horror and an Asian horror in general. $14.99, no discount. One positive review where the guy got it for free. And, well, frankly, it's a VR game. And they've made nothing else, so let's... Empty Town is missing the quality control to make me have faith in it. Let's see. Let's see if this is an explosive trap.
Job's done.
Yep. That's gonna kill 3 of my guys. Leaving 2. Moving on, PC Gamer has an article. Blizzard is working on a new unannounced Diablo project. Multiple job listings confirm that Big Red is coming back. Here's the thing. There's a few different ways you could mess up a release of a new Diablo game, but I'm not sure. I really don't have a complete lack of confidence in Activision Blizzard to do it. If they tried to make Diablo a MMO, I don't think it works there. They tried to do some of that with the marketplace in Diablo 3, and it really didn't work. It would be fine, I suppose, if they had somewhere as much as 16-player co-op in the game, but that does not make it immediately an MMO either.
Job's done.
The storyline is for Diablo has always been exactly the same, so it's kind of worn out. You can't really do anything new there. You can introduce some more Lords of Hell and then have Diablo show up again. You can move the time frame for Diablo a little bit in the future, but I don't think you want to go so far into the future that people have guns, or are in the future and they have laser guns. I don't think that is what people want. So I kind of have more confidence in a new Diablo game than I do most other things. We have Kakagobo on the chat says, hello Rydo, what about Vampire? I've seen 1, maybe 2 reviews of Vampire. There seems to be kind of a it's alright feeling with it. I think I have some reviews in my pile of articles to cover. It's a better way to tell a vampire story by having a doctor become a new vampire instead of some coming in and you are Dracula, Lord of all vampires, or a fully learned vampire. And then there's kind of this system in it where you can talk to people and get to know them, and then whenever you eventually drink the blood of those people, you'll get more experience. Getting more experience, I think, unlocks some talent abilities. And see, we only have a challenger friend now, and that's gonna be weird. And so while we're waiting for somebody to come online, I'm going to just play some regular ranked play. We really are at the point where I need to rebuild all of these and build them into something I feel like is better, but for the moment I'm going to stick with Murloc Paladin. There's, I think, was some criticism on the voice acting in Vampire. There's some criticism that it was a little bit like a Telltale game, and if you're burned out on Telltale games, you're not going to like it. It doesn't seem like there's much of an action gameplay mechanic or anything like that. It is from the creators of the same people who made Life is Strange, Don't Nod. So that's a little weird too, and I'd probably heard that and forgotten it. But once I heard it again, I'm like, how can the creators of Life is Strange move on to make Vampire? Now, arguably, I'd say they probably are doing better to make a vampire game than they were to make a game about an American teenage girl, or a few American teenage girls in the two Life is Strange games, because Don't Nod is run by two Canadian grown men, and I think they are closer to telling a tale about a vampire than they are Life is Strange. I'm not sure Vampire is a fully fleshed out release either. I wouldn't be surprised if it was episodic. So I need more information. Keko Gambo said, nice. Do you stream in any other place than YouTube? Right now I have kind of a hidden Twitch account that's mostly just for backup. When these videos go up, they will upload as whatever those are called on Twitch. Premieres, past premieres, not broadcasts, I don't think they're called that. These videos do go to my Twitch account. I'm still working on a calendar that would set off alarms so people could follow a calendar and get notifications, since YouTube is just not doing notifications anymore and isn't trustworthy. I'm still working to get that to work correctly, and once I got that working correctly, I was going to update my social links in the description to also...
Whether you're a couple that likes movies, have kids that use all your bandwidth, or have a jet-setting brother you call every day, you need Spectrum. Get the best home services with Spectrum TV, 100 megabits internet, and voice for $29.99 a month, each with no contracts. Click to learn more.
What in the world was that? Apparently I just get audio ads now. I don't even know how to mute that. That was insane.
The light dims,
and that's gonna keep happening. Let me see. That might have been part of my other thing. So let me double check.
Quickly.
I'm setting up to stream to E3. So here's what I'm working on E3. And I have a schedule on the lower right that's streaming, but that didn't do anything, and that's not doing anything, and that's not doing anything.
How long can this go on?
So it is the audio for the browser. Let's see, speakers. See if I'm messing up the audio. I probably am.
Let me think.
Y'all have been mute Borderlands 2. Mute that. And I guess I can just mute all the other things.
I wonder.
Okay, how are we now?
I must move quickly.
The audio still seems like it is working.
Let me think.
Your magic shall not save you.
repent.
So hopefully I fixed that. Weird. I don't even know what else to do. So yeah, don't know. It's a weird case with Vampire, anyways, because I like Life is Strange. Didn't bother to play Boars Before the Storm. I'm not. I don't think you're allowed to stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So, as I understand it, I'd be in violation of whatever rules. I mean, I'm not sure I really care if I'm in violation of the rules if I stream to both. And then I don't really know any other service that is a big enough audience to stream to. So if somebody is going to suggest something like YouTube or some other streaming service, it is like the eyes are just not there. If everybody did decide to go somewhere different, that would be great, because everybody knows everybody hates YouTube, but it doesn't work unless the normal people, the people that don't bother to comment, the people who just randomly watch my videos, unless those people are also there. It's a little funny that since we through job listings know that there's a new Diablo game coming in development, and it must be in early development if it's from job listings, pre-production type of work.
I will fight with honor.
There's a element there of waiting till the next BlizzCon, at least until there's really an announcement, because Activision Blizzard really isn't going to move its announcements from BlizzCon. If anybody has any suggestions of other places to stream, I will certainly look at that, but because I certainly want to get my videos in front of the eyes of people who want to see it. But a lot of the systems just don't have enough people to make sense. A lot of the new people that try to replace YouTube don't have any kind of concept at all as far as making making it profitable, like, at all. So, like, if there's this new service that's supposed to replace Facebook called Privy, based around privacy, but it requires a subscription, and the vast majority of people on Facebook are not going to pay some kind of annual fee or monthly fee or whatever to do Facebook. They just will not pay in money. So if there was a similar service for streaming videos where you had to pay actual subscription fee or something like that, the vast majority of people won't do it. YouTube Red is a good example of that. I imagine only 10, maybe 20% of all people on YouTube are paying for YouTube Red. Plus, YouTube Red is also a confusing product that is bundling things that people probably don't want with things people do want. Let's see, this game from June 5th, Ghoul, has a negative rating, 16% of 12 user reviews. They're giving a positive. It says it's an action, indie, sexual content, gore, horror. It actually looks pretty good on the trailer, so why does Ghoul have such a bad rating? It's French, English, German, Spanish, it's a bunch of languages, 1999. What is going on? Let's see. First not recommended review says a good looking horror game, maybe some jump scares. I don't like to give negative reviews, but almost nothing happens. If it doesn't even create the atmosphere of fear, the graphics are really outdated, which I usually surpass, or I guess he means overlook, when it's an indie game. But when there's nothing awful English voice acting and subtitles. Interesting. It's very interesting to see a game like Ghoul that looks like a good product to then be told actually no, it's not a good product. Guess I want to play this first.
For justice. For me.
Let's see. Because it's just not what I'm seeing. In fact, I'm not sure what I'm seeing is even really the game. Maybe these are just stolen screenshots. We don't see that very often. But if I was to just look at this game in a bubble, I would have wishlisted it. But no, its soundtrack is even free, which I'm not sure how much that really matters. As somebody who's not a fan, particularly of listening to video game soundtracks, I'm not sure it adds too much to anything to have a free soundtrack on a game, and I don't think I'd ever buy a soundtrack on a game. But I think ideally I would want to get the soundtrack for every video game for free, just for that 1 out of a million case. The Cat Lady is a great example of that. I want the soundtrack for the Cat Lady, but that's kind of my 900 plus games that I purchased or have on Steam. That's probably the only game that I want. Maybe also I could get... Oops, play that out of the way. I could get something like the Portal soundtrack. That would kind of make sense too. Alright, moving on though, we've got a lot of news. Kamasutra has an article, Get a Job, Funcom is looking for an animation programmer. That's in Durham, North Carolina. Any job listings in particular are going to be easy to run through, so I'm going to move through them as quickly as possible. We have a game on Steam called Dark Case The Basement, and the graphics look a lot worse in this than they do for the game Ghoul. This seems very bendy in its animation. Bendy. I don't know a good way to describe that. It's like not enough curves, not enough things to, like the hair has no strands of hair in it for the character. Not enough detail. Smoothed over detail, I guess, would be a good way to describe it.
Reporting for duty.
They also are giving away free keys to streamers for this. There's a not recommended review that says this game is basically a bad version of Five Nights at Freddy's, and I would agree for that too. Like, I don't think I'd ever take anybody up on the offer for free keys to streamers. I'm not sure I'd take up anybody on the offer for free keys for any reason. It's just not how I want to play games, frankly. I'd like to play a game all the way to the end, even if it's a crazy long game like Borderlands 2 with all the DLC. So getting keys and being in the cycle of needing to spend just an hour on a game to get a video out on Twitch as soon as that game is new, it's just not what I want to do. I actually want to play a game towards the end, and well, that was the Challenge a Friend. So we're getting to a nice point for the next expansion too. Really don't have anything else to do, but I suppose we'll just switch over to the Asian account. Well, no, that was the Asian account. We'll switch over to the European account automatically. And let's just double check the audio is still going to work. Yeah, there's a lot of reviewers out there that don't play games to the end, and then they write reviews, and then they give it a 7.5 when it probably should have been a 2, or maybe it should have been a 10. Looks like the audio is working. So do we have anything we want to trade here? We have a 60 and a 60 for Druid and Warrior class cards. I don't see a real reason to switch either one of those. Let's play Warrior and go. Next game we have on Steam is called Infinity Challenge. It looks like an attempt at an F-Zero racing game with hover vehicles. There's a lot of asset flipping on the ground in the animation. It's $1.99, so it just doesn't look high enough quality for me to want to play it. So I'm gonna close that tab. Next game we have is called Ludicrous Speed. It's a crazy looking game where I think this is an infinite runner with a lot of spikes and fireballs and things just everywhere, and you're constantly running and jumping and trying to avoid a large amount of things. Seems like you're also playing it with VR, which is gonna lead to motion sickness. Yeah, it requires a VR headset. It's $6.99, and it's gonna make you motion sick. Not only by the crazy amount of speed in it, but also by the very bright neon lights. I'd be surprised if you'd be able to get through 3 levels of that game. So we can close that. We have a game called Stone Shard Prologue.
I live to serve the Lich King.
Oh, I forgot that the cost of these cards randomly changed, so I could have kept the more expensive ones. Stone Shard Prologue is a free-to-play hack and slash not JRPG, but just RPG.
I curse them all.
The animation looks a little bit better than your standard RPG Maker game, and it's free. Support the game on Kickstarter, so I don't know how much really to take from that. There's a rather high number of positive reviews, 46 versus 4 negative ones.
Defensive systems online.
By his will.
Let's see. Let's see. We have a not recommended review saying it was free, so I installed it, but it was just awful. And we have one that says that first floor had nothing but liches. Oh, second floor, or a specific random run had nothing but liches. I will applaud this game for being a more zoomed in camera appearance and an attempt to make an RPG a bit more of a fast experience compared to what I've seen.
By his will.
For other. Let's kill this one. I don't know what any of these guys are gonna do. I have a feeling that Stone Shard Prologue is a demo for Stone Shard. Yes, and I just saw that they've got it. And Stone Shard does look like an 8-bit pixel version of kind of a Diablo game, and now that we've heard that the new Diablo game is in the work, I would really warn people against burning themselves out on lesser quality products. there's really nothing wrong with Stone Shard or Stone Shard Prologue, particularly since the prologue is free and probably just for the most part an advertisement or an alpha for the finished product. It is a Kickstarter product, so that also might be a good reason to stay away from it. I'm not going to bother to wishlist it though. RPGs are going to really have to do something amazing to catch my attention. Next game we have on Steam is called the Humans Collection, which seems like it might be a Lemmings game. It says it's an adventure strategy simulation, and you're playing as like a caveman, and it looks like you're platforming and flinging yourself with a spear to jump.
I wonder.
Let's see. Place this. This.
You want?
And this.
Job's done.
Watching the trailer, it doesn't look like it's a Lemmings game in the regular sense. It seems like it's more of a platformer where you're controlling a lot of different copies of the same caveman. 15% off for $5.09, and I'm not seeing anything. The one review here says, "This is the old MS-DOS game that I loved as a kid, and it's old there. The only problem is the game is so slow. When moving the characters, they move so slow, but the rest of the program is running fine. Time, music, and cutscenes. As of now, I can't recommend this because you have to make it through a level at this time, but with a fix, I will change that." That's at 6/5/2018. So this is like a PC port that's been ported pretty badly.
None shall.
Stop poking me.
And let's see, what else has this company ported or sold? 3 other games, like Prophecy 1, The Viking Child, King's Table, The Legends of Ragnarok, and Demon's Gate, none of which I've ever heard of. Nor have I heard of the Humans Collection. The publisher published, like, a handful of other games, none of which have been rated, nor do I recommend. Do I see anything there? Ocean Classics Volume 1 would probably be the closest thing I know. Pushover, I believe, is the ant pushing game that I played when I was a kid, yes. So, yeah. Apparently these are really old games that most people probably wouldn't bother to ever play. It's really hard to, even for me, knowing how bad those games were back in the day when they were MS-DOS games. It's really hard for me to even have some nostalgia there to even dare to think about going back and playing them. Even for some historical retrospective, there's nothing there. Nothing really worth discussing. Next game we have on Steam is called Good Pizza, Great Pizza. It's a pretty looking pizza game. It says it's an indie casual simulation game. I wonder if this is going to just be a cook, serve, delicious type game, except for yeah, it looks like it's a cook, serve, delicious type game. I still have a complaint about games that are just jobs. But Good Pizza, Great Pizza looks good. It's translated into a lot of languages. Says it's E for everyone. Early access $14.99. That seems like that is way too high of a price. It has 2 positive reviews, which don't mean anything. See, the problem with making a game like this is it's just been done so many times before, and it's been done poorly so many times before. It's close to impossible to make an argument for
Something needs
like
tinkering?
an argument for even playing the good version. And this game, Good Pizza Great Pizza, is from a developer who hasn't made anything else. So even though this would probably be the best pizza making game I've ever seen on Valve, it's still probably not one I'd be willing to spend any time on, because you are still inherently just doing a job and not getting paid. And I don't really have a reason why I would want to do that. I'm already doing that, you would argue, with YouTube. Next game we have on Steam is called Shape of the World. It has a surreal art style. It seems like it says it's a surreal adventure walking simulator. Casual indie. It looks pretty, but if it's just a walking simulator, that's a hard sell. I don't know why people make walking simulators when they should just make they should call them movies and just make movies. Shape of the World is 15% off for $11.04, which is a pretty high price for a walking simulator. Does have like 24 positive reviews and no negative reviews, but that's too much. Really is too much, and this first game from this developer, so moving on. Next is one that cannot be overlooked, and just by the name alone has to be put in my wish list. Shaq Fu, A Legend Reborn is now on Steam. It's mostly positive, 70% of the 10 users. Shaq Fu is a side-scrolling I think it's a side-scrolling beat-em-up game. I don't know if this is a remake of the original Shaq Fu. I don't think it is. The graphics don't look. They don't look like that. Yeah. They're too good to be a remake of something. $19.99. This is kind of a niche. A niche game though, so it's a pretty high price for a game that may not be that good. The first review says, as a $100 Indiegogo backer, we were promised many features such as local multiplayer and multiple characters, which none were in the final game. My name is not on the backer credits, as well as with multiple people listed in the wrong category. I can't recommend the game at all. Compared to the first Shaq Fu game, this is actually playable and very good, but as it stands on its own in its current year, it's nothing more than an overplayed joke. I have only played through the first 2 stages of the story mode, and the combat has become very repetitive and dull. Combat in the game consists of running around, smashing the square X button to do sloppy let's keep on playing. Do sloppy filling jabs, and sometimes pressing circle or B to deal a special move, and it goes on from there. Next not recommended review says, as much as I love this game as a meme, as a video game for the price of $20, it ain't worth it. So this is kind of a game I need to follow, but also I need to make sure not to actually spend that kind of money on it. This is a game I probably, if other people are getting bored with it, I would probably get bored with it. But having Shaquille O'Neal in your game gives it at least enough appearance to deserve being shown. Although, in all honesty, if I just wait long enough and see other people play the game and see how bad or good it is from that, I could also see myself ignoring that. Just gonna play this, I guess. Next game we have on Steam is Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle. I saw the Giant Bomb quick look of this game, and it seems like it is a much better introductory experience with like fewer buttons and fewer combos to have to learn to play a Arc Systems Works game. So if you've never played any of the other Blaze Blue games, this is probably a good one to play, and that includes me. It also, though, has a weird system of them trying to sell a lot of DLC for different characters from like Ruby and other expansions. Let's play this. Play that in the turn. So while you can get the basic edition for $49.99, which probably is a little too expensive for any fighting game, you really need to get the deluxe edition that includes the game and DLC characters all in one pack for $69.99, so $70. Otherwise, you're going to have to dance around a plethora of different characters to get everything. Let's see, is there any negative reviews? There's quite a few negative reviews for this game. Let's one not recommended says it's an awful PC port. Just play this, I guess.
This is going to be amazing!
That's incredible.
The next not recommended says support is absolutely dreadful. Wait, next one says wait until the patch is out. Next one says just another terrible PC port from another Japanese developer that refuses to beta test or optimize the game before PC release. Seems pretty consistent though. So yeah, that Japanese companies do have a tendency to release some pretty bad PC ports. That is also kind of the case for some Western developers also, but Japanese companies in particular are pretty bad at doing that.
Job done.
I still have to put Blaze Blue in my wishlist, but I probably wouldn't buy it until it was a lot cheaper. Next game we have on Steam is called Crypt Crawler. That's K-R-Y-P-T, no space, C-R-A-W-L-E-R. Which, with a name like that, you kind of know it's a dungeon crawler game. The question is it a good dungeon crawler game? Is it a VR game? It's suffering from dark screenshot syndrome. It's in English and German. Again, was there some law passed in the, like, GDPR that I was just not aware of that demands everything be in German now? Because if that's the case, that's gonna really suck.
The end is coming. That's incredible.
That's gonna suck for small developers. The game is 20% off for $6.39. Apparently it doesn't require VR. There's no reviews of the game, and I'm not seeing a lot here that makes me want to trust it. The only thing I can say is that the developer is Crazy Bunch, which is also the developer of the new Leisure Suit Larry game Wet Dreams Don't Dry, and a game called Relaxing VR Mahjong, which is weird combination of 3 games. And the publisher is Head Up Games, which published a few things: Bridge Constructor Portal.
Watch, they fell off a truck.
Let's see. What else did they release? The game In Between. I think I have that one wishlisted. Bridge Constructor, the regular Bridge Constructor game. Not a lot of other things that are really noticed. They have a lot of games that they publish, but nothing super noticeable. So I don't see anything with Crypt Crawler to make it seem like it's any better than anything. If anything, in the trailer I don't see any enemies, so I don't know if you actually are fighting anything.
Greetings, friend.
Usually you'd see a skeleton or something that would give you some kind of indication.
Engaging TC-130 mental dislocator.
There we go.
Incredible.
So let's close Crypt Crawler. Don't have a lot of time. Next game we have is a game called The Great Story of a Mighty Hero Remastered. The graphics look good. They are kind of small and a little low polygon. I don't know if this is an art style, or if this is like potentially a port from a cell phone game. Seems like it's a skeleton knight that has other skeletons follow you. Says it's an action RPG indie with hack and slash. And then it says it's an ironic hack and slash RPG, both filled with blood and gore. Go through the wall of enemies and defeat the mighty evil to become the mighty hero. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. So this for the most part looks like a hack and slash dungeon crawler, and it also is somewhat suffering from dark screenshot syndrome. It's only in English. It's $3.99. It says it's a parody RPG, which I don't know what inherently makes this look like a parody RPG. Let's see. I think the thing that kills this game is that there's only one other game made by this developer, but then the other game that they've made is something called a Lumber Island That Special Place, which is a adventure horror first-person psychological horror game, and it is rated mostly positive, 78% of 46 users, and it was released in 2015. And the fact that they've taken their time to release their second game makes me kind of say, let's be generous. Let's be generous and wishlist both of those games, and consider them for purchase at some point in the future. Right now, the Steam Summer Sale is still very much nothing's changed. I'm of the opinion that I'll be buying pinball expansions, the pro packs for Pinball Arcade, because the licenses are leaving on June 30th, and nothing else. Which really isn't going to hurt me. I have more than enough games on Steam on my account to cover me for another year. And buying games during the summer sale is not a process that is buying new games. It's a process that is buying old games. If people want me to cover new games, then I need them to either gift me the game or give me gift cards and tell me which games they are super hyped for. And I would say the video game player base, real people that play games, not just the reviewers that pretend like they're real gamers, because the real normal gamers, I suppose, they may be real gamers, they're just not normal gamers. My point being there is, I think the player base of video games have gotten a lot better about not getting hyped on games. That we've all kind of matured as a culture, and we're not gonna fall for things like we used to. Next game we have is called Blacksmith Simulator. It looks alright, but it's just one of these simulator games where you're doing a job. It looks like it's a similar way like Moonlighter, but I think you'd be probably better off playing Moonlighter, and even at that I don't recommend Moonlighter. I just don't think there's enough there. Let's see. Okay. This. And then we do this. And in return, and I'll probably lose. Next game we have on Steam is just called Daddy. What is this? It says it's an indie. You have to find your daddy is the only description. Seems like you're playing as a baby. And the baby is getting TNT and axes and knives and crowbars and making tripwires. It seems like the baby is in this story of what I assume these are kind of asset flips. He is attacking other people that have kidnapped your father as a baby, and you're picking up a gun and shooting people. Druid cards are what I need to play, right? I just looked and wasn't paying enough attention. Yeah. Druid cards still need a victory too. So yeah, this is an asset flip meme kind of troll game. It is polished enough, however, to be playable. It's 23% off for $2.30. Let's see. The one review says full release plays like an alpha build, similar in quality to the alpha builds of Hello Neighbor. Several textures are missing, lighting and shadows are messy, view bob is excessive, no sneak mechanic, you can't interact with many objects. So yeah, more and more we're starting to see that there are games out there where they can definitely look like they are good products, just because of the Unity store and the Unreal store, and not really have a lot of work on it. The developer that made this game also made a game called Grandpa, so I assume the next game would be called Son, or Brother, maybe? It seems to me like this is kind of the exact same type of game.
What to do?
They've just made the exact same game a second time, and the publisher that's publishing it is let's see. Let's play this. It did take him between April 2018 and June 2018 to release the 2 games, so you can also see that they took a little bit of time, but not a realistic amount of 2 or 3 years to release different games. Moving on, next game we have on the game on Steam is called Queen of the Seas 2. This looks like it's probably an old game being re-released, like an old PC game. Either that or this is just a really badly programmed and animated games. See, the weird thing is you'd have to really go out of your way to make a game that looks like a MS-DOS game, and it not take a lot more work than what you could do to make a game that looks like Daddy. 35% off for $3.89.
Your nightmare begins.
Let's see. Queen of the Seas won the APPRA Culture Public Contest and was funded by the Brazilian Ministry of Culture. So it's a Brazilian grant game, which I understand the idea of Brazil wanting to have a larger industry of video game programmers, but a lot of issues are prevalent here of the game not really being up to modern standards. Yeah, nothing here says this is an old game. This seems pretty obviously like it is a new game in an old retro style, and I don't like when you look at it that it looks like something that you would have, most people would have done as a first year project in a college level computer programming. I remember reading computer programming books that would hand out assets that looked like this and trying to program things like this. And this is Queen of Seas 2, so there was already Queen of Seas 1 in 2007, so they're getting a grant for a sequel. Sounds like it's probably wasting the government's money, but I'll leave that for the people of Brazil to decide, I suppose. Draw 3 cards.
On with the show.
Interesting little stutter there. Next game we have is a Japanese word and then a colon, and it says a conundrum, a compendium of ghosts. Let's see, it's only in Korean, so it's not. It's probably not even a Japanese word. So it's a Korean only game. We don't need to worry about that one. So we'll close that tab. And we've got 5 Druid cards have been played, and we've already done everything on the Asian, and we're halfway done with everything on the European account, and it's been an hour. So we're in a real weird position because, yeah, I've got a ton of news, and I think if I just get everything done, I don't know how we're gonna get all the news done, because the one thing I probably don't want to have happen is throughout the weekend when E3 is happening, have me cover news for games that came on Steam. I might be sorting through those and looking at them, but I think it would be very annoying for me to talk about new games on Steam while a press conference is going on and I'm supposed to be listening to them and maybe taking some notes. So in theory, I should probably get everything done today. In practicality, maybe we won't find a way to do that, but we'll see. Anyways, that's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend to follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below on the description box. And if you want to support me even further, friend me on Steam and gift me a game or a gift card. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back to another recording of Hearthstone. We are already in the second recording, halfway through our European account, which would be great normally, but it does put us in a weird position because we've got a ton of news. And so I just need to hop into this Tavern Brawl, play Druid cards, try to get a win, and cover all the news as fast as possible. Next game I have on Steam is called Arbiter, A-R-B-I-T-E-R. It says it's a virtual reality game program. It kind of looks like you're running around some neon grid with a laser gun. It's a VR game that requires a headset, 10% off for $8.99. I think inherently for VR games I need to speed through them even faster. It doesn't look particularly great, Arbiter does, and it's the first game from that developer, so forget that. Let's see. Next game we have on Steam is called Kara's Darkness Chapter 1. I definitely don't like games that are called Chapter 1, but that doesn't inherently mean I won't wishlist them and keep an eye on them. Apparently, Kara's Darkness is a first-person horror adventure game. With the help of a strange dark figure, a 12-year-old girl gets named Kara must evade her abusive father to escape to Paradise Park, a sanctuary for her and her mother. Okay, so that's the description. Let's look at the actual gameplay. Let's see, that trailer went pretty fast. I kind of want to go back and watch it again. More and more games are so easy to make in Unity. There's a way you could make a game look like it potentially is going to be good when it really isn't.
The rage, it claims
and
me.
This doesn't, I think, even get to that point. Let's see, attack. This game suffers from dark screenshot syndrome. It seems like the menus and the interfaces are pretty bad. Requires a third-party EULA. I don't know why they do that. It's $1.99 for Chapter 1. Seems like it's going to be barely 5 minutes of gameplay. Probably exaggerating. It won an award from the University of California, Riverside MCS, which would be something computer science development. So yeah, this game is garbage. It's also a emotion baiting game, which I don't fully appreciate those either. Where you're trying to pretend like you're doing a great social justice story or emotional story with an abusive father, and we've had some other games that have done that even better, like, and they don't sell well. There's one called Papa and Yo. I mispronounced that, but it's like PAP space Y and then space YO, I think is how it's spelled. And that probably was a good game, but it has such a bummer story. Nobody's gonna have fun playing that. So I close that. Next game we have is a game called Tower Defense is greater than Tower Defense greater sign Red Rose Rising. This doesn't look like a tower defense game at all. I guess technically this might be a tower defense game in a different perspective. Instead of having towers, you're having actual characters that you're placing that are acting like towers. Let's see.
Take a walk on the wild side.
Job's done.
I guess inherently this is just a tower defense game. It kind of looks kind of good if you like tower defense games, but 20% off for $2.39. I don't know if anybody on the planet actually does like tower defense games. They're just too simplistic. So I'm gonna close that. Let's see. Next game we have is a game called Realm Royale, which is in early access and I believe streaming right now. I really hate when the way Steam integrates that. It says it's early access, free to play survival shooter action game. So it's like the combination of everything. It's mostly positive, 70% of 1,011 user reviews. So maybe a Fortnite type clone with some different factors to it seem like they might work. Seems like people like it, and it's free, so it probably has like some microtransactions or something in it. You forge legendary weapons, you wield awesome abilities, so it's like, can we even get a negative review here? Let's see.
You shall not pass.
Born to be wild.
Let's keep going. Then it's not recommended if you're in Australia or Asia. Don't bother downloading this until the update with servers to support under 300 millisecond ping. Here's another one that's not recommended. It says enjoyable but lagging, bugging, needs oceanic server and solo mode. Oh yeah, and the T-pose happens a lot. Here's one that says that its current state the game is unplayable. So a lot of people are not happy with it. A lot of people are happy with it. I think a significant amount of that might have to do with the servers. So it seems almost like it's an MMO instead of it's a battle royale inspired game based on the hit game Paladins, which wasn't a hit. As an assassin, warrior, mage, choose your class and then your fantastic weapons and magical abilities, create your own champions. Like, it seems like it may not be so much instance based. It might just be something that keeps on going. And they're streaming it on Twitch right now, so I think that's part of it. I guess there has to be some kind of battle royale element where the game ends, but then I think there's something else to it that keeps it going.
Born to be wild.
There we go. Well, for me, whether or not that's a good game, I guess it doesn't really matter because I'm not going to play it anyways. It would take quite a lot to convince me to play a battle royale game. And like, I don't see how something like Fortnite or anything like that could replace. Ooh, a legendary, nice. I don't see how that could replace playing Hearthstone, and that would be the one game I would want to replace.
Legendary.
Huh? He's, I guess, alright. If I didn't have him before, I have him now. I assume I didn't have him before. Yep. And then the other Millhouse Mana Storm for 2 mana is the new card. Not bad, not bad. And I guess we'll just play a little ranked now. Play a little hand druid, play those cards. Next game we have on Steam is called Memories of Mars. It says early access first person shooter multiplayer survival adventure game. It's mixed at 50% of 184 users being positive. And this is early access, 10% off for $26.99. And I think you see a great difference there of just how much happier somebody will be with a free game versus a not free game. Like, if you're charging the standard $30, people expect a real finished product and a good product at that. If you're giving it out for free, people's expectations are very low. So the first not recommended review I see is this is a generic survival shooter with low quality graphics, animations, and gameplay. The screenshots and videos presented in the Steam store don't represent the current state of the game and are misleading. Does have some positive aspects, but it ain't worth the price right now. It needs a lot of work to become an enjoyable experience. I'd recommend it to wait and see if it does live up to what they promise. For me, a refund, see you in 2 years. And there definitely is this problem of people putting out games a couple of years before they should be out, and then having games in early access for like 4 years and getting money for a product that may never even be finished. Interestingly enough, this is the developer of Might and Magic 6, but Might and Magic 6, which has both a complete edition and a gold edition, and I guess the complete edition is the bigger edition because it costs more. All of these are neutrally rated. They're not rated well as games, and I don't think Might and Magic 6 is particularly a well-known Heroes of Might and Magic 6, by the way, or as it's being labeled here, Might and Magic Hero 6. Yeah, I don't think that's that's what people want to play. Right now, 31% of 46 users in the past 30 days have it as positive, so it's labeled a mostly negative game. And how you screw up Heroes of Might and Magic is an interesting question. And it's being published by 505 Games, who published some games, certainly, quite a few games, but not a top tier publisher. So yeah, Memories of Mars seems like an uninteresting game at the moment.
Out of my jungle!
Gemetsu has an article, Schoolgirl Zombie Hunter, now available for PC via Steam. The clothes-destroying third-person shooter gets a surprise PC release. That is interesting. I believe the Schoolgirl Zombie Hunter game is part of the series, the Oni Chambers series, but it's not those characters. It's in the same universe. Now, don't get me wrong, Schoolgirls Zombie Hunter, or SG/ZH, is not inherently the greatest game in the world. But it is rated very positive, 81% of 58 user reviews. And if you know what you're getting into, you're alright with these experiences. The thing is, Onichamba games have always been light on polish. The graphics aren't going to look good, the gameplay mechanic isn't going to be great, but it is what is the thing, I want to say exploitation video game making, but I don't think that's the right phrase. It's B tier, C tier, trashy movies that that used to get made. Porky's, for example, or maybe I'll use a more recent reference of American Pie. It's an American Pie type game where you're playing as one of 5 zombie hunting girls with guns and other weapons, going through a very generic looking school, and you're going to get experience, I think, and take on probably a huge horde of zombies. It's going to be a bit of mindless fun. And I think there's an RPG element to it. It's labeled with nudity and anime. The screenshots are interesting. The other thing I guess about this also is that this is the first, like, one screenshot shows that as you take damage, the girl's clothes get ripped. And the thing that this is most interesting about is the fact that this might be the first game on Steam to no longer be under any kind of censorship. That, as Valve has said, they're not going to really censor games at all. And this is my editorialization of headlines I've seen, and I haven't even gotten to the articles yet and read them. But so I might be very surprised and go, oh no, they actually didn't say that at all. But if this game says it has full nudity, and then in the screenshots you see some of the girls in their underwear, which I assume is because they've all been very damaged, then that is this is a good test piece. You can also buy this with Onichamba Z2 Chaos, which is the other game on Steam. Right now, Schoolgirl Zombie Hunter is 30% off at $27.99, which is quite a high premium. So there's really no reason for me not to wishlist and keep an eye on this. but you do also have to know what it is. The first not recommended review says perfect example of why you should buy a game with your head and not with your, and then it's asterisk asterisk asterisk, and I'm gonna assume that means dick. Let's see. Another not recommended says it's a bad PC port. Another not recommended says did not feel to be worth over $20. Bad feeling of shooting is not recommended. So you're not gonna get a great game on this. I just don't think the developers, Tamsoft, know how to make a good game. Well, I mean, on the other hand, they make the Senran Kagura games, and some of those must be pretty good. They are certainly staying within their wheelhouse. Also, it's like every single game they have has a level of titillation in it, so that they're not trying to compete against big people, big AAA developers. They know that that's not something that they could achieve.
Beetleberries, my favorite.
For the wild.
Moving on, next game we have is a game called Story Heaven and Hell. It looks like an RPG Maker game, and my policy against RPG Maker games is to never play them. This one's in English and Russian. It's 40% off for $2.39. Apparently, it's part of this whole group of bundles of games that none of which look good. So this probably, I'm not sure, is so much a troll as just an extremely low effort game. Like the weird thing with that is, yeah, the other games they have is one called Trash Story and one is called Simple Story Alex. Like, unless somebody was to actually read the story and play the game, you kind of don't even know if it's a good story or not. In the end, like, it doesn't matter. It's an RPG Maker looking game, and I don't want to play RPG Maker looking games. We have Elkin Diaz on the chat saying, lol. Okay. Hey, Elkin. Next game we have on Steam is called Shiny Hotel Lost in Nowhere. It says it's an indie action horror with an atmospheric single player. What do I say it is? Looks like it's a Unity kind of asset flip, but these Unity asset flips certainly have gotten good at being consistent. So it's getting more and more difficult to tell. So, like, this hotel, Shining Hotel Lost in Nowhere, it's supposed to be from, like, the movie The Shining, and I would argue, if you are a huge enthusiast of the movie, this is probably not in the right orientation, and none of the textures are right, and the layout of the hotel is not right. This game is in English and Chinese and Russian, which tells me it's either Chinese or Russian cheap effort. Frankly, it might be that sometimes the Chinese companies and the Russian companies work together to make cheap efforts of games. I don't really think I need to get into an argument that it's violating some kind of copyright to make a game set around the Shining Hotel. That actually I think would be a great idea if it was done well. I just don't think this game is done well. Let's see. It has 2 negative reviews to 1 positive reviews. And then it seems like it mostly is just... Here we go. At the end of this not recommended review, it says first playthrough was 8 minutes for $9. This game is a cool concept, but it should only cost $1. It was over in 5 minutes, this is going to come back and bite you in the long run. Yeah, if you finish a game in 5 minutes, that's where that instant refund should come in. And this is a great example of a game where you should just ask for an instant refund. If you've played a game in 5 minutes, you're guaranteeing yourself that you would never come back and play it a second time, and you don't need to own it. Get your money back. Buy something better. So, no to Shining Hotel Lost in Nowhere. But an interesting idea, certainly. If a AA or AAA developer wanted to make a game set in the Shining Hotel, but I don't think you can just redo the movie. I think you have to do something different. And since that Ready Player One movie already had a whole section of recreating the movie The Shining in the book, I think that concept might be a little bit played out. You certainly would want to make a game like that. You would want to make it have the snow maze, and you would have to try to tell some story. You probably want to set it like the winter before the events of the movie. That would also make sense. I really don't have time though today to speculate on how you would make a Shining video game, but you certainly could do it. You could probably take half of Stephen King's bad books and turn them into video games pretty easily. I believe there's a reason why he doesn't license his books to video games, though I think somebody a long time ago did license his books, and they didn't make a very good game out of it. But I could be making that up in my head. Next game we have on Steam is called Voxel Tanks. It's just a bunch of voxels and tanks. It is what it says. It's 99 cents, but it's just not good. And oddly, the name at the top is not even the name at what the purchase listing is. It says it's called One Flew Over the Tank's Nest. So let's close that tab and move on. Let's play this. And then do this. And let's see how well we can eliminate people. I guess not very well, can I? Game Sutra has an article. Square Enix now has a development group devoted to making Switch games, which is a step forward, I suppose. That means that they are investing on making Switch games, starting with the Nintendo published Switch RPG Octopath Traveler. The screenshot of Octopath Traveler, I guess, is very interesting. Square Enix is still in a weird position, and we'll certainly know a lot more at E3 though. Just as we don't really know how much money they're losing towards development of making the 2 or 3 Final Fantasy games they're making, and whatever else huge projects they're working on, Kingdom Hearts 3. And I'm not sure they really have a lot of budget and a lot of success to try to make some new IP, and I'm not sure they're really even interested in making too much new IP. And Square Enix, for the most part, seems like it is circling the wagons around making just JRPGs and nothing else. Let's see. Gematsu has an article, VOEZ for Switch, that's Voz, has a physical edition launching July 24th in North America. Includes all updates from the digital version. Voz is a kind of weird music-based game. I don't think I really have anything else to say about it. It does kind of suffer for being a Japanese game, so it's a music-based game with a bunch of anime girls on it, so half your market may be not allowed to play the game in the first place. So, who knows? It may also, it's probably also full of a lot of J-pop music, and Japanese popular music, which also, compared to something like Rock Band, which was Western music, or at least world recognized music, there's less of a market appeal. Let's see. He has all these healing things. Just attack there, I guess. Moving on, PC Gamer has an article. Intel teases a ludicrous 28-core CPU at Computex due late 2018. A 28-core CPU in general doesn't inherently fix a lot of video games that are played on PC, because the vast majority of most games still really only run on one core, and there hasn't been a great improvement in Windows or in the CPU architecture to say, oh, let's take this application that's designed to run on one thread or one core. Usually there's 2 threads per core, which is a weirdness, certainly.
For the wilds.
The point there is 28 cores works only for people who are running tons of virtual machines, which is the server. Cloud computing services might do that. It works really good for somebody like me who might be recording a game and playing a game at the same time. It gives me a little bit more overhead, but often my issue is not the number of the percentage of power on the CPU, it's the percentage of the power on my GPU. My CPU tends not to hit 100% ever. There's a little bit of run-ahead technology where they'll have like one core, think you're going to ask this next mathematical question, so they'll just do the math to start, and then they'll have a different core go, well, what if he asks to, instead of adding x plus y, maybe he'll ask to subtract x plus y, so the other core will just do that. And that's called run-ahead circuitry. It's very low-level elements in making your CPU, and it doesn't have a level of complexity to it that makes up for a program being single core. Now, modern games, probably the next Tomb Raider, probably the next Witcher 3, modern games would potentially work a little bit better with cores, but it still doesn't really break down to needing 28. In general, you are going to have a graphics engine and a gameplay physics engine and maybe a music engine, and you're going to think from that perspective. So maybe 4, maybe 5 cores at most is how much you would break up a game. And also you're programming your game in such a way that you're desiring for it to run well, as we're going to play as Priest here. You want it to run well on a standard CPU, and a standard CPU is still 4 core, maybe moving up to 8 core, 2 cores on some laptops. Let's see. Right now, the 18 core Core i9 7980XE, which has 18 cores, is $2,000. So the 28 core is not even realistic. Nobody's gonna program towards that.
Escape my fury.
Like I seriously doubt too many people are gonna even program towards 8 core. I guess I need to do a little bit of research to double check, but I bet there's only 8 cores on an Xbox One and a PlayStation 4, and that's where you should look at it. Is that at most there's probably 8 cores in those consoles, and if they get up to 16 cores when the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox 2 or whatever it's called comes out, then that would be about the time to think about it, getting a bigger PC CPU. I'm not sure a 28 core would really help you much as I don't think it would help you much even running things like Adobe After Effects or Photoshop. It probably helps the expected amount, but I don't think it is a better than average improvement. Like I could see Photoshop not being optimized to run on more than 4 or 5 cores. Next game we have on Steam, since that was too long of a rant by far, is called Railgunners. It's an action indie. I would say it's a shoot 'em up game. Bullet hell shooter style game. It has kind of an MS-DOS animation style, but a little bit better than that. Pixel graphics, you might call it. Let's see, this and this and this. And so, like, bullet hell shooters, I'm never a fan of. Apparently this demo has a number in front of it, but you can just click to download it, so I don't know what that means, what the number means. It's not a price. And apparently it's coming soon, which I don't know why What's on Steam would have showed me a game that just released a demo. Maybe I didn't get it from What's on Steam. And it says it's coming out in 2018. I don't see anything here for Railgunners that makes it stand out, and it's not from a developer that's made anything else, so I'm going to ignore Railgunners, and we'll probably talk about it again when it actually comes out, if it actually comes out. This, and that. Another turn. Next game we have on Steam is called Fighting Fantasy Classics. It's a free-to-play RPG indie interactive fiction. I am not sure what this actually is. It seems like you are playing a kind of book-based Dungeons and Dragons type game via a PC game. The thing that caught me about this was the first scene in which there's a shelves of different what looks like the Dungeons and Dragons manuals. And so the idea of, oh yeah, each level is going to be its own Dungeons and Dragons manuals is interesting, but it seems like for the most part you're reading the book and then just rolling dice. This doesn't, and so each book is probably just one little incident. It is positive, 83% of 12 user reviews. but the graphics don't look great, and it's free to play. And oh, each one of the stories is $2.99, so I see how that works.
Must consider.
It's a kind of a scam in that sense. Attack equal to its attack. That wouldn't even kill these people. Let's do this. And then in the turn. It's kind of an interesting idea, but it doesn't have enough polish on this. Like, I could see a better developer trying to do something, but I kind of disagree with the monetization policy here. In other games this developer has made, which seems like quite a lot of them, and a lot of them are rated positively, I just don't... I want high, like 8K resolution pictures of each of these storybooks, and I imagine you can only play the books 4 or 5 times in a row before you've seen everything there is to see. Excuse me. So yeah, I'm gonna close Fighting Fantasy Classics. Might interest a few people. I think though, in all honesty, you'd get better written books to play it outside of the video game format. And even if you weren't gonna play a game like that, you'd probably do better to play it on a cell phone where you could travel around with it. Getting tied to your PC gaming computer to play effectively a book-based game doesn't make sense.
You want to buy a funnel game?
Moving on, PC Gamer has a article: Rainbow Six Siege Parabellum update will remove the tower from ranked playlist. The expansion is hitting June 7th. I don't know what the tower from what tower is. They apparently didn't feel like tower was returning good ranked results, and so they're taking it from ranked play. It's probably a run and gun section. Let's see.
Show them no mercy.
The minion with taunt is in the way.
And play right. Next game we have on Steam is called Dragon Battle. Graphics look pretty good. Kind of looks like a card game. What's this? Action adventure RPG massive multiplayer. Let's see what this really is. It's not a card game. It's a World of Warcraft clone. Okay, so this World of Warcraft clone is $9.99. First review I see is this game is definitely not ready for Steam release. Despite of being early access, this game has a ton of bugs that has to be fixed before release. Okay. And they've made nothing else. So I think even before you get to the point of saying, well, this has a ton of bugs and it's not ready for early release, I think you say this game is just a World of Warcraft clone and in no way can ever be as good as World of Warcraft.
Open fire.
Give that minion a turn to get ready.
In this turn. And let's close Dragon Battle because there's nothing there. Let's see. Next game we have on Steam is called Totally Accurate Battlegrounds,
Side effects.
and it's gotta be short. It's just like a asset flip garbage troll game. It's free, and a lot of people played it. Let's see. And not too many people have even given it negative reviews, because when you're trolling, and see, even the negative reviews I'm seeing are saying it's just the matchmaking that's the problem. Like, when people know it's a troll game and they're in with the joke, they don't mind rating a joke game better, higher. And this one's interesting because this is from the developer Landfall that made Cluster Truck, another silly kind of joke game, I guess. I need to maybe try and find in my head the difference between a joke game and a troll game. I suppose Totally Accurate Battlegrounds is a joke game, a parody, and not really trying to troll anything. They are selling themselves as the thing that I think they're providing. Heal. Play in the turn. I talked about this, and maybe I'll start running into a bunch of duplicate tabs, which would be good. PC Gamer has an article how mods made the Binding of Isaac a phenomena, and why Edmund McMillan's laying it to rest. Isaac's modders were integral to the continued success and ascended to become part of the game they loved, which is this is a long article of the story of the Binding of Isaac series and how he's done, although not really done, because he is also working on the Legend of Bumbo. So I don't know how much more to... I might actually read this article, and if you're interested in the Binding of Isaac, you might be interested in reading it too. In the end, it's kind of a pre-E3 story that could have been released at any time and has not got any news in it. Unlike Komatsu's article, Sony Interactive Entertainment has appointed Kazuhiki Takeda Deputy President and Chief Financial Officer. So Takeda will help support the growth of the PlayStation business globally. So we're having a lot of shifting of positions in Sony Interactive at the high level. Probably not a big deal, one would assume. Like, the thing that you're not expecting to happen, and would be probably the only bad thing to happen with changes with Sony, is that they would lose a considerable amount of their Japanese only game releases to Xbox, which is just not going to happen because nobody buys Xboxes in Japan, and or they're going to lose a lot of releases to become Switch only titles, which is also not likely to happen.
Just a pinch of it.
So, or they're going to lose a lot of titles to PC, which might happen, but that would be a good thing, in my opinion. And it wouldn't be PC only. I imagine there'd still be a lot of PlayStation and PC things. So if Sony had less exclusives, that'd be great for everybody except for Sony. However, as somebody who was never really a Sony PlayStation fanboy, I think it would be better for the game industry if that was the case, and if things came out on more platforms. I doubt Sony is going to go bankrupt. Sony Interactive Entertainment, the larger company of Sony, the movie production part, might go bankrupt, but I think the two companies are separate now, so that really wouldn't be even a issue, I don't think. Let's see. Your Gamer had an article called How Yakuza and Life is Strange Let Us Revisit Their Worlds. This is another one of those pre-E3 articles where people just pre-writing articles and as they're packing up to go to E3. So this could have been an article written months and months ago. And it really has no relevance to any news, so just wanted to point that out so people recognize it when they see it. Let's see. Gamatsu has a real article. Tales of Vesperia 10th Anniversary Remaster website has been discovered. The announcement has been set for E3 2018. So unless this is a fake website and a fake leak, the idea of a remaster of Tales for Vesperia sounds very interesting, particularly if it's coming to PC. I also wouldn't be surprised if it is just a remaster that comes for PlayStation 4 since it came out for the PS3 or the Switch and then didn't come out for the PC.
Job's done.
So we'll have to wait till E3 and see. A lot of the news right now is probably going to be news of things that we won't have anything to really report on until E3 happens. Your Game has an article. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee will need an online subscription for the key features to battle and trade online in particular, which is I suppose shouldn't be shocking to anybody because that's exactly what Nintendo was saying, that all the games all the games were going down that route and you were going to have to pay for the Nintendo Switch Online service to do some very basic things that should be free, such as cloud save. It costs money for all games, and since you can't move save files to like an SD card on the Switch, then the only way to back up your games is to pay for cloud saves. So this is just a confirmation of something that's already been said, that Nintendo's not treating people very well. And frankly, they do that more often than you would think. Let's see. Gamasutra has an article. Sorry, went quiet for a second. Gamasutra has an article. How an ex-DreamWorks animator imbued Ghost of a Tale with character. This is another article I'd like to read probably later. I'm not sure when I'm gonna have time for it. Ghost of a Tale has kind of come and gone, and not gotten overhyped. So it was alright, I suppose. And guess you can't really say anything else other than that. Don't want to do this. Do this.
Start some trouble.
Gamasutra has an article. New iOS App Store guidelines okayed timed demos, but put the kibosh on Steam Link app. Apple has updated the App Store guidelines following the WWDC keynote, addressing new rules for free trials and screen mirroring apps like Valve's rejected Steam Link apps in the process. The new guidelines are already up on Apple's developer portal, so those mobile-minded devs out there should be sure to give the document a full read. One of the key changes that popped out was the new developer allows developers to introduce time trials for more apps in App Store. Previously, the ability to offer things like time-based free trials were limited only to subscription-based applications and games. Now developers with non-subscription-based apps can build those limited time trial free demos into their apps, though app notes that the duration and content of the trial must be clarified from clearly identified from the beginning. Let's do this. Other changes regarding data security, Siri-based commands, add guidelines, and cryptocurrency rules are added. Let's see. But one other particular area of note is the section dealing with remote application mirroring. Let's see, section 4.2.7 now notes that apps that remotely mirror specific software services are allowed on the App Store must comply with a number of individual rules. There are full rules altogether that deal with the kind of app, but the one likely responsible for Valve's mishap is the final one. The UI appearing on the client does not resemble an iOS or Apple App Store view, does not provide a store-like interface, or include the ability to browse, select, or purchase software not already owned or licensed by the users. For the sake of clarity, transactions taking place within a mirrored software do not need to use in-app purchases, provided the transactions are processed on the host device. So, as we thought, it's straight up saying that Apple wanted a 30% cut, which is what I think it takes, for every game that you might have been able to buy through Steam while using the Steam Link app. In theory, a watered-down version of the Steam Link app could still be approved on iOS, and probably will. It just won't allow you to buy games, which then takes a lot of the profit out of even developing and maintaining that app of iOS. But I think Valve would probably swallow the cost there. This also very possibly could have been well, there was at least speculation that Valve was trying to get its Steam Link app approved on Apple's side, and Apple was giving them trouble because of all the sexy visual novels on Steam. And that's why the letter went out saying you need to change your games, or you need to change your game and censor them so that we can get approved on this. That might have been their reasoning. However, that's not what's being said here, and even with their actions of threatening to remove those games, they still didn't get approved. And I guess because they didn't get approved, if that was the reason, that would explain why they've now done a complete 180. I think that story and that line of thinking was in the past possible, but now it seems very unlikely that's the case. It seems much more likely that there was a group, this is my personal tinfoil hat thought, there was a group, possibly people who pushed for Campo Santo people to be hired, possibly having nothing to do with the Campo Santo employees, creators of Firewatch, or maybe it was a group of Campo Santo employees who did not like the visual novels and the sex. They're just sex negative SJWs. Some group of sex negative SJWs in Valve seems like they were trying to get rid of those games. And once it got to a bigger, in a weird way, probably a vote in Valve, because nobody is really in charge of anything except for Gabe Newell and a couple other people as the boss. Everybody else is kind of on this flat structure. I think it kind of went down to a conversation and a vote, and more people at Valve said we don't want to be pro-censorship, were anti-censorship than people that said they were pro-censorship. And I imagine the stink that we raised for the week after, because they certainly tried to sneak that in on a Friday and have people forget it by by Monday. The alarm that people raised changed their opinion, I imagine, a lot too, and so they've now gone in the other direction. This doesn't speak greatly, however, because it does also scream that they're a little too flippant in their decisions, and so it really does kind of feel like they might come back and change their mind again next week, or redefine things. So we still have to be pretty vigilant on Valve, but right now I'm happy with Valve. Last week I wasn't happy with Valve, and right now I imagine the sex negative SJWs in Valve are not happy, and so maybe they'll either learn that they can't use the entire might of the Steam store as a bludgeon against their own personal vendettas, or maybe they'll just get upset and leave. I wouldn't be surprised if they get upset and leave. In the end, it seems like a very poorly thought out process regardless. If they were going to do this, they should have had a full-on press release ready to release, because this was not going to just fly under the radar. That was a bad move. Like, it was never going to fly under the radar, and people were always going to notice, so they should have had a press release. If they were going to stick to their guns, they should have had an explanation. They should have had very descriptive explanations on what they were having problems with, and they didn't have any of that. They didn't have any kind of prepared. So I almost think it might have been one rogue employee that sent out the letters and wasn't allowed to send them out, or was allowed to send them out, but they gave him authority when he shouldn't have had authority. Next game we have on Steam is called Treasure of the Ancients Egypt. It looks like a pretty simplistic platformer game. 40% off for 59 cents. It probably is decent enough, but here the one review says just don't buy it even though it's cheap. You can complete the game within 10 minutes. So there we go. I was tricked by the game because it looked pretty enough, but you know, you show 5 screenshots of one single level, and that could be the only level in the entire game. Let's see. Charge. And
That was wild.
I will
That was wild.
end the turn. Next game we have on Steam is called Alice in Wonderland 3D Labyrinth game. The 3D-ness of it makes the graphics look pretty bad.
That was wild.
This is basically just a random 3D labyrinth game that probably would be better if it was a 2D flat, looking from the top perspective. This guy is not showing up, so squelch him. Seems like you're collecting different card pieces like a spade, a heart, a diamond, and using those as a, let's see, do 5 damage to all minions except for dragons. Yeah. It's just a little too simplistic a game for $2.99. It could do better with some more polishing. It looks more like a very lazily made cartoon than a game. The camera's all over the place. It does look like a first effort from somebody who's really trying to make games and is not just trying to make a extremely low effort fake game, but it doesn't have enough polish to deserve to be on Steam. Moving on. Kimetsu has an article that says the Spectrum Retreat launches this summer, 11 minutes of gameplay. The first-person puzzler, the Spectrum Retreat, will launch on the PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC this summer. Publisher Hearthstone Games, Let's see if I can skip through here and see what this is. This looks a little bit like Antichamber, and if I recall correctly, I think I may have heard this game before, and it has kind of an element of colors to it, different spectrums you're looking through. But yes, it looks very, very much like Antichamber, like a almost direct rip-off of Antichamber, which, ignoring the legalities of that, it's different levels and different puzzles, and it might be from the same developer as Antichamber, so it wouldn't be super surprising if that's if he just made a new improvement. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on that game, although I guess it doesn't have a Steam account right now, so we'll
Ready for action!
it doesn't have a Steam listing, so I can't put it on my wish list anyways, so we'll have to wait for more information. Next article is Eurogamer. Indiegogo is going to send debt collectors over the missing in action Sinclair ZX Spectrum Vega Plus. So this is interesting because the thing is Kickstarter, Indiegogo, all of them are such weird like gambles, and they even tell people like this is a total gamble, you're probably wasting your money, but people still fall for it and still think that they're gonna be guaranteed whatever product the product or service people are saying they're gonna make. And so obviously there was a project for the Sinclair ZX Spectrum Vega Plus, which is a handheld portable device that I suppose is supposed to play ZX Spectrum games, which were PC games, kind of. So I don't know how having a D-pad and 4 buttons is gonna work for a lot of those games anyways. Let's see. But it is interesting that that they're going to try and send a debt collector after them. However, at least in the United States, debt collectors don't really ever collect a significant amount of money on debts. It's really this whole gambling system. Frankly, getting debt in the first place, getting some kind of loan. In this case, I don't know even how this is considered debt when this is probably were donations. But like getting credit card debt, getting other kinds of debt, student loans is a great, terrible one. In the United States, those all are gambles in the first place, and then people gamble to get back some money on the person gambling to get some money for education. It's all a bad system. It's a very bad system. People just don't know how to save money and save up. Let's see, now this is the third time I've closed the same set of tabs. Next game we have on Steam is called Hakawani Explorer Plus. Interesting. Let's see, it looks like it's a indie, it says indie sexual content action RPG 2D with nudity. And it looks, I wouldn't say it's an RPG maker, it kind of has this isometric graphic style with a 2D 8-bit graphics isometric perspective. It seems pretty fast-paced, and doesn't seem like there's any turn-based. It's just like a hack and slasher. So far, it looks like a kind of interesting game. So the question is, where does the sexual content come in? Because I'm not seeing any of that. It's like one scene. It seems like they're selling it on something it doesn't have nor need. Like, I've looked at every single screenshot. I don't see anything that even, like, I'm not even seeing faces of characters when you zoom in and talk to people. Okay, so scrolling down about the game, in this small 2D section, you're fighting like some kind of giant girl who is tangled up in vines, and then later on you fight a giant like tentacle girl, and then later on you fight a giant girl who's stuck in the sand. Alright, so the bosses themselves are the characters that has the sexual content in it. Weird. What's the review on this? 3 positive, 1 negative. Well, I've gotten 1 quest done, and since we're not getting victories with Priest, let's try Hunter so we get the Tavern Brawl done. Let's see. Not recommended review for this game. Level 3 is an infinite loop. The guide tells you to go southeast, but going southeast only exits back to the world. I tried every route for about 15 minutes and gave up. So this is really just an unfinished game, which is a shame, because it seems like you could broaden the appeal by taking out the monster girls and just finish the game, and you'd be fine. This is being published by AGM Playism, which has published a lot of games, most of which are Japanese. Yuminiki, for example, is one. So this really feels like a side project that was unfinished and they're trying to make some money off of. That's a shame. Hakon Iwa Explorer Plus as a game, as just like a fast-paced isometric hack and slash JRPG, would have caught my attention if it was a finished product. Moving on, we have a game called Motorcycle Tricycle ATV Hill Racing. It looks like a cell phone port. Let's see. Early access $2.99 and no reviews. So what would convince me that this isn't just a cell phone port of a very cheap racing game? Like, the entire trailer is just the picture of the garage. All the graphics look horrible. It looks kind of like it's a very poor attempt at making a game like Trials. It's the only game from this developer, so let's ignore that. Move on. Let's see. Gematsu has Black Clover Quartet Knights Noelle Silva trailer, which I guess I kind of wanted to look at. It says it's PC, PlayStation 4 from Bandai Namco according to their tags. So, another trailer to keep my... Let's play this.
Job's done.
Keep my education on what this game is. And yeah, this is a 3D JRPG game of some sort. When it comes out, I'll be interested in it, but also this is kind of more of a hype train article. That's a trailer. Next game we have on Steam is called Perspecto. It is a single screen game with a lot of brightly colored shapes, and I think you're supposed to rotate the shapes to match a pattern that is shown at the top. It says it's 20% off for $2.39, and it has no reviews. Inherently, it doesn't seem like that's a terrible game, but I've become more and more concerned about buying small one-screen puzzle games that aren't really worth their weight. Yeah, $2.39 might be good if there's 180 puzzles here, but it might be very bad if there's 5. And in the description, there's nothing telling me which of those two things might be true. If anything, all I could do is count the number of screenshots and know that there's at least that many. Also, it's the first game from this developer, so while there's really nothing wrong with Perspecto, there's not enough information to wishlist it. And that's inherently the fault of the person who listed the game, the developer of the game.
I don't have enough mana.
Next game we have is one called Aviation Hurricane Storm. The graphics look like garbage. It's 40% off for 59 cents. Of course, no reviews. And this is from a developer who's made a bunch of other things, but none of them have been rated higher than mixed. Moving on, next game we have is a game called 13 Cycles. It seems not like a cycling game. It seems like some kind of run on the ceiling, custom bizarre spells, shape of square planet, and the designs. Seems like this is just a mix of a bunch of craziness. Kind of like a Terraria ripoff with fighting features. It's early access, 15% off for $4.24, and at the moment I can't even tell what it is. So I don't know how I could even begin to wishlist it. That first image makes it so confusing, and the trailer doesn't explain it well enough. It's just a bunch of bouncing around, attacking people, and it's a bunch of jumping and bouncing around. As best I can tell. So I see nothing there interesting. Moving on, we have a game called Cut the Ex-Girlfriends, which is a troll game, and I don't even think there are actually any ex-girlfriends in this game. It's a troll game from a known troll developer. Well, my effort to win by playing as Hunter didn't succeed. Now, playing as a warlock might actually be a good one for this tavern brawl since the price has changed. Next game we have on Steam is called Cross-Slide the Prison VR. It's a VR game for $11.04 with 15% off. Let's see. Dark screenshot syndrome.
Gul'dan
Walking around
versus
a scary area like so many other horror games. And
I am your
I don't
nightmare.
really trust anything there. This developer does have 3 other games that are rated highly. That is nice. But they're all VR games. So if you have VR, you might look into Cross-Site to Prison. For me, since I don't have a VR unit, nor do I have an interest in getting one, that page just gets closed.
You have made an unwise decision.
I should have played this, actually. That was a mistake. Game Master has an article, Sora to Umi no Eda anime debut trailer. Wait a minute. Is this to a game? Yeah, it's towards a probably Japanese only App Store and Google Play game. So there's actually no real reason for me to watch this. I don't even know what kind of game it is. Seems to be probably a visual novel of some sort where you're going into space or going under the water. I guess maybe they're going underwater. Ignore that one. Let's see. This.
In the light's name.
And then this.
My hunger.
Next game we have on Steam is called Scary Maze, and its trailer is showing like old footage from black and white movies. This is a very low effort game. Scary Maze. 40% off for 59 cents. I don't think we need to go any further with that one. Such a generic name probably told you all you needed to know.
Get in line.
Whenever a friendly minion dies, give Cthulhu
No,
+1
my
+1.
hunger.
Job done. Next game we have on Steam is called The Dark Inside Me, which is an interesting name of a game. It says it's an indie, nudity, violent, adventure, mature horror game. It looks like, for the most part, you're walking around different places and playing as like a it says it's a psychological horror adventure game from a horror movie director based on dynamic scenarios. The Dark Inside Me is a very unique psychological horror adventure game from a horror movie director named Akayev Charisma. I'm pretty sure I've seen this guy's name before, and he didn't say he was a horror director the previous times he tried to release these games. I'm not sure I actually believe he is. And what's the real explanation on qualifying you to be a horror director? Does that mean you've directed one scene in a horror movie, or one horror movie in your backyard with a cell phone? Like, almost anybody can call themselves a horror director. There are some weirdness with some things that seem a little out of place, but I hardly can call this an asset flip. There's also just like some weird perspectives with the camera. I think the camera is probably really, really bad in this game. And it seems like you play as a killer who's running around killing people. And maybe you're hallucinating the whole game. And I want to immediately throw this game out. It's $14.99. Just trying to get trading cards back, as if people are into trading cards nowadays, which they kind of aren't.
Unleash me. As you command, you command.
Let's see.
One by one.
I'm trying to win here, so I'll leave on that. This See, there's one negative review, and it's not my language. It's in Russian. What are the languages on this game? English only? So, should I really listen to a Russian complaint about a game that doesn't even support Russian? See, this is weird though. I could almost certainly say I've seen this person's name before on Steam for not this game, and I think he is trolling in a weird way by putting games out for a week, getting some kind of initial sales, and then taking them off. But then this, maybe there's just a bunch of names that are very similar. Like, I gotta wishlist this game, The Dark Inside Me. It is crazy looking enough that feels like it. I want to keep an eye on it. Now, very possibly, I will come back and find out that it is actually just a garbage game and none of the screenshots actually are representative of the gameplay, or it's extremely short or something else is wrong with it. But I can't immediately reject it now. It looks like a real game. We got Legendary earlier. It'd be nice if I got another Legendary, particularly on my main Americas account, because one classic Legendary would be great. Oh, speaking of what would be great, they have this limited time bundle of $7.99. If anybody wanted to friend me on battle.net and gift this to me, if you can figure out a way to do that, that would be great. $8 for things that cost $2 each to get 10 packs is a slight discount. It's not a great bundle, certainly, but yeah, they're like $3 now. Wow, they've raised the price up to $3. So yeah, maybe I could even find enough budget. I'd hate to spend money on this game, but since I don't even like Hearthstone that much, but that is a good bundle for me or for other people if you want to get it for yourself. Let's see, and we need to win priest games now. That's gonna be a nightmare. Secret ranked play. We might as well play ranked here. I still have a ton of news. I should probably break up the recording after this game too. Game Master has an article. Clonade for the PS4 is coming to the US in a digital only title version. Interesting. That Clonade is coming to the PS4 in the US. Not super surprising, since Clonade is one of the most recognizable anime, manga, light novel based visual novels out there, and probably one of the best. So, like, does this signal that for certain PS4 is going to start getting flooded with a bunch of visual novels? Probably not, more than it already has been flooded, but I could see with the PS Vita not being supported for much longer, developers who still want to make money on visual novels porting their games over to the PS4. We have a game on Steam called Corrupted. It says it's an early access adventure action RPG with indie core. What does it really look like? Looks like a Diablo clone, frankly. And since we now know that a new Diablo is being made, it kind of is difficult to play anything that looks like Diablo. And frankly, this doesn't look like great graphics, even compared to Diablo 1. It's 20% off for $7.99. Let's see. The first review I see is not recommended. It says, awful game, honestly. It's an asset flip of a wild Terraria online. It's a horrible wave defense style game. Pretty much everything about it is bad. And clearly not a cash grab. Do not buy. So that that's like saying three things in one sentence that certainly scares me off. And apparently this developer is the people who made Wild Terraria Online, so I don't know if you really call it an asset flip when you're using your own assets, but I guess it still is. Moving on. We have a game on Steam called Scudder, which is an action indie casual VR game. I'm not sure what it is actually. A VR arcade platformer while you're exploring a planet. What I'm seeing is not platforming. What I'm seeing is something closer to a tower defense in 3 dimensions. It really feels like it's just a random assortment of demo elements. Let's see.
For the light.
$4.99 for Scudder, and there's nothing here that interests me. Somebody asked me what Vampire is right now. Since I just happened to see a link on it, it's mostly positive. 74% of 1,114 reviews in the past 30 days are saying it's mostly positive. So yeah, it's like a 7.5 game. It seems like if you're willing to pay the $49.99 for it, which is probably, in my opinion, too much for the game, I think you're gonna have a good experience. I think if you wait till a sale and it gets down to $29.99 or $20 or even $15, I think you'll have a better experience then too, being less invested in it. And since it's from the makers of Don't Nod, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some additional thing added to the game later on.
For the light. You have been.
Well, there's one victory. Next game we have on Steam is called Astro Tycoon. It looks like the graphics are a little too simplistic for kind of a planetary simulator or some kind of simulation management game of running spaceships and satellites. It doesn't feel like you're doing a lot of battling. It seems like almost all the game is done on screens. In fact, I'm not saying anything that seems to imply any battling, so that doesn't interest me just because of the graphics level and the subject matter. Next game we have on Steam is called Reformers, and then international version, I guess it's INTL space VER. Says it's an RPG. I'm not sure what this is. From a
For Lordaeron.
The thumbnail is very interesting. The trailer is showing me kind of like a turn-based RPG game. It's definitely not an RPG maker, so somebody made an RPG from scratch, but I'm not sure it's any better or a good RPG from what I'm seeing. Feels like something you would have expected from like a Game Boy DS game being ported. Let's see. Let's get rid of all of those. And there's already a game called Reformers that's very positive, so I don't understand why this original game called Reformers that's $9.99 now has an international version that is $1.19.
Act now.
Is it because of something? Like the graphics maybe look a little bit different, and this one is only in Chinese. That's it. So buying it in Chinese, you pay the full price. Buy the international version, you pay $1.20, and then it's in English and traditional Chinese. So maybe there was a difference in when these two games were released, where it would have devalued that much from $10 to $1.20. And they're advertising a new game that they've developed. I kind of have to think that this is still just a cheap Chinese knockoff RPG, just not a big enough effort. Let's see. Yeah, Reformers came out November 2017, June 2018. It's down to $1.20. Yeah, I don't trust this developer enough to make a good RPG, so I'm gonna move on to the next thing. Game Master has an article, Neep Neep Connect Chaos Chanpuro to end its services on August 8th. PS Vita's free-to-play card battle RPG closes shop. I'm sure that's news to people only in Japan, because I doubt anybody else has even heard of that game. So we can. That's an article I probably didn't even need to announce. Very quickly, Game Sutra has an article. Nier Automata has shipped 3 million copies worldwide, and yet they still haven't put out that patch, I don't think, that I wanted and I thought they promised. Maybe I misunderstood it, but I don't think the PC version outside of the modding of it runs as good as it should. Let's see.
Reporting for duty.
Join me.
Like this, and then attack here, and return. Gamma Citra has an article. Get a Job Outfit 7 is hiring a senior game developer, and Outfit 7 is out of LJUB LJANA, Slovenia. So I suppose that would be Lubluania. Probably you don't. I would guess you don't pronounce the J's.
Ha, this guy's tough.
Never heard of this company, and so I imagine they haven't developed anything big. Let's see. They've made Talking Tom and Friends, which some kind of cell phone game cartoon series.
What would Uther do?
Like something I've never even heard of. And play that. Let's see. We already talked about this game. Don't need to talk about it again. PC Gamer has an article. Nope, we already talked about that article too, so we don't need to talk about that. And we already talked about that. Man, boy, is that plugin I installed not working as far as duplicate tabs. I'm getting 4, 5, 6 duplicate tabs. We've got Dapper Canadian on the chat saying hello. Hello, Dapper Canadian. PC Gamer has an article, and this is the big news. This is the greatest news so far. At least from the headlines. Valve says it will no longer police what's on Steam unless it's illegal or quote trolling, which certainly you could stretch both the definition of illegal and trolling pretty far to still eliminate a lot of things, but this is a lot better of a lot better stance than what they had even a few weeks ago. The sub part of that about this is it's unclear if this really means Steam will allow pornography and other currently disallowed content. Now, it's important to remember PC Gamer kind of has this SJW thread in them where they have in the past tried to label all video game players as toxic. They've in the past run a week of stories about bad actions that esports players have done. They're kind of, PC Gamer is kind of a pro censorship blog. They're more pro censorship than I am by far. Let's see. In an official blog post today, Valve's Eric Johnson clarified and expanded on the company's reasoning when it comes to games are and aren't allowed on Steam. In short, starting Steam will allow everything to be published on the Steam store so long as it isn't illegal or straight up trolling. Johnson doesn't explain what counts as trolling, although Valve did use the word troll to describe the developer of the school shooting simulator, which it recently removed from Steam. And I don't think there's too much of an argument that that wasn't a troll developer. I mean, it's hard to try and make the argument that that wasn't a troll.
To battle! Reporting for duty. Job done.
And even if they hadn't kicked off that game, active shooter, they probably would have never actually allowed it to come out anyways. I think that they have done it. Johnson says that Valve's decisions has nothing to do with the pressure from payment processors, something which the Content Police Curator Group creator Marasame speculated was the case in the recent PC game feature on the tenuous status of games with sexual content on Steam. We asked Valve for comment before and when the feature was published, and this seems to be it. Johnson also says that contrary to popular belief, Valve doesn't automate everything, and real people do review the contents of every controversial title, which is to say they don't review the contents of every game as it's coming out, which isn't super surprising. There is a considerable number of games that do come out on Steam. Do I have enough here to kill this?
To battle!
Hey, catch!
Just barely.
I knew it!
Let's see. The problem, Johnson says, is that Valve will always make someone mad with its decision whether it's to allow or disallow games. Furthermore, Valve itself has internal disagreements about controversial topics such as politics, sexuality, racism, gender violence, identity, and so on, and what should be on Steam. And frankly, somebody, Gabe Newell, just needs to come in and go, look, we're just going to allow everything, and I think that's probably what has happened. I'm not sure if we say this is a Gabe Newell decision or if they just all decided, look, this is the right solution for us. And frankly, it was obviously the right solution. It's the right solution for anybody. It's the right solution for YouTube. Just don't censor, let everything on, let the market decide. That's what capitalism is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about free speech and being able to offer anything with some slight regulation on things that are illegal or dangerous. Wow, I could have just won that point. I could have won and I lost because I was stupid. The online debates around the topics play outside of Valve that play out inside of Valve as well, he says. We don't all agree on what deserves to be on the Steam store, so when we say there's no way to avoid making a bunch of people mad when making decisions in the space, we're including our own employees, their families, and their communities in that. And what communities is that? Like, wow. That is a weird way of thinking to say, like, I work at Valve, but I have this community that I have to represent. I guess some people do feel that way, that they have to represent an entire gay community, trans community, some kind of minority community.
I will fight with honor.
Anyways, moving on. The solution, according to Johnson, Valve shouldn't be the ones deciding this. If you're a player, we shouldn't be choosing for you what content you can or can't buy. If you're a developer, we shouldn't be choosing what your content you're allowed to create. Those choices should be yours to make. Our role should be to provide systems and tools to support your efforts to make these choices for yourself and to help you do it in a way that makes you feel comfortable. And what the perfect response. If only Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube, would take this attitude. If she came out and said, YouTube shouldn't be the one to decide who gets to make what content, or who gets views, or who gets to run ads, or who gets to have ads run on their content. That would be amazing. Continuing. With that principle in mind, we've decided that the right approach is to allow everything on the Steam store, which has kind of always been their approach, except for things that we decide are illegal, so they're not going to allow gambling or straight up trolling. Taking this approach allows us to focus less on trying to police what should be on Steam and more on building those tools to give people control over what kinds of content they see, which inherently is the right way to do it. Again, like, just give us a way to filter out the games that are tagged with nudity if we don't want nudity, or filter in that, and you're fine. This statement contradicts Steam's current Steam Direct policies, which disallow pornography, hate speech. We've contacted Valve for clarification. Now, here's the thing about hate speech: is it's become a very nebulous term as much as pornography is, and it is illegal in many countries. So, at some point, they're going to have to expand and have a Valve store that region locks some games because they are not legal in some countries, where legal in others. That is probably already the case for like Australia in particular. Moving on, to help customers filter out games they don't want to see, Valve will be adding a feature which allows users to override the recommended algorithms and hide certain types of games. The examples used are anime games or games that a parent wouldn't want their kids to see. Johnson also says that developers who build controversial content shouldn't have to deal with harassment because their games exist, and will be building tools and options to support them too. Which, the way I read that probably means people who make pro-gay, pro-trans stories games are feeling like they're being harassed, because aren't they always feeling like they're being harassed? Maybe they are probably getting trolled and harassed a little bit, like everybody else, so they're going to let developers mute people and not listen to people that write negative reviews, which is fine as long as the negative reviews still count. Because again, Campo Santo did have a not recommended downvoting campaign put against its game Firewatch, specifically because they made an illegal content ID DMCA claim against PewDiePie, and I think that was a valid form of protest, frankly, to say I don't want to support this game maker, and I want to warn other people not to support this game maker because of their actions outside of their game. And now Campo Santo is part of Valve, so they're probably pushing that argument that we were being harassed and Firewatch was being downvoted because of our controversial... I guess their game wasn't controversial though. Firewatch wasn't controversial. Their actions were controversial. What this means, says Johnson, is that the Steam store is going to contain something that you hate and don't think exists, but conversely, you're also going to be seeing something on the store that you believe should be there, and some other people will hate it and not want it to exist, which is a fine response. It's nice to hear a standard, just anti-censorship message in this day and age where so many people want to control the message and censor people. It's nice to hear this. It also means that games we allow on Steam will not be a reflection of Valve's values, beyond the simple belief that you all have the right to create and consume the content you choose. The 2 points above apply to all of us at Valve as well. If you see something on Steam that you think should not exist, it's almost certainly someone at Valve is right there with you. Valve will still intervene in some cases though. It will first of all push developers to further disclose any potential problematic content in their games during the submission process, and cease doing business with any of them that refuse to do so honestly. Because laws vary around the world, we will almost certainly continue to struggle with this one for a while, says Johnson.
Which path to choose?
One of the things here to remember is that Valve is about to update its entire website, Steam. So it seems like they're going to slowly do it piece by piece. And so they are right in the process of thinking things through. And that probably explains a lot of this too, is that at some point they was going, when we roll out that new website, let's get rid of all these bad games. And then now they're saying, when we roll out our new website, we're gonna keep all good games and bad games. Let's see. Additionally, Johnson says Valve will still continue to perform technical evaluations of submissions, rejecting games that do not pass until their issues have been resolved. I'm so surprised to hear that Valve was doing this already, in parentheses, from PC Gamer. They are, but for the most part, it's the technical evaluations are: is this game a virus? Does it actually run? And it seems like you can still get away pretty well with releasing something that just won't launch.
I don't have enough mana.
So I think it mostly is just virus scans. We won't be seeing we won't see significant changes to what's allowed on Steam until the tools described are built. We will be working with on this for the foreseeable future, both in terms of what products we're allowing, what guidelines we communicate, and the tools we're providing to developers and players, says Johnson. We will update this post if Valve confirms whether or not they really mean it's lifting the tool to disallow pornography and hate speech. And see, like I said, PC Gamer is a little bit of an SJW company. Aren't most of the mainstream game movies, and so they are still very much crying pornography, it's bad, and hate speech is bad. Which hate speech that is true hate speech kind of is bad, but inherently it's the price you pay for freedom. Is if you want freedom of speech, you're going to have to tolerate people saying hateful things. The most hateful thing you can think of possibly should still be legal if in a country, in a world that values free speech. Words may hurt people's feelings, but they don't break people's bones, and they shouldn't break laws. TechRaptor has an article, Valve response to adult game controversy on Steam. Let me just scroll through this and see if this is saying anything slightly different. Because PC Gamer's way of writing up what looked like seemed like it was a really big blog post will be a little bit so yeah, TechRaptor doesn't seem like they were saying anything too much different, but this certainly is big news because the next article is Gamma Sutra Valve. We shouldn't be choosing what you're allowed to create or play, and it's just a write-up is what they're called of let's try Shield, I guess, of the same article, same blog post. It's confirming, certainly, though, that 4 of the 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 people I cover, sites I cover, are saying the same thing. Because if PC Gamer was saying one thing and then TechRaptor was saying something completely different, then there would be some confusion there as to what was really said and what did it really mean. Moving on, we will just have to wait and hold our breath with Valve. It's still very, very possible, and we have to be vigilant that a week from now a bunch of games like Honey Pop get kicked off Steam. It could also be that a bunch of lesser known, lesser liked sex games get kicked off Steam, but Honey Pop gets left on. Or it could be that they just stick to the word as what they're saying here, and it works out just fine. Let's see. Next article we have from Gamasso is Chrono Trigger for PC gets its 3rd update, is now available. So Chrono Trigger for the PC is updating little things and changing the graphics back to the original game. I'm not sure the 3rd update is the one that is going to be the penultimate update for Chrono Trigger for the PC. I think eventually we are going to run into a
reporting for duty.
Eventually we'll have a good version of Chrono Trigger on PC, but I think it probably still needs more updates. And see, here's a TechRaptor article that says rumor tales of Vesperia remaster coming to be announced at E3 2018. Interesting that they label it a rumor, because PC Gamer didn't bother to do that. They straight up said it was happening. It was like Gamasso that said that. So yep, if there's a remaster of Tales of Vesperia, good. Here's this game in English. No, this is a Chinese game only. Cheap Chinese RPG. I guess CRPGs are going to become a thing. Big Fish Games, our friends that flood Steam every couple days with a new hidden object game, have a new hidden object game called Off the Record, the Final Interview Collector's Edition. We don't need to really say anything more. It's typical $12.99 for a hidden object game. Too expensive. Let's see, Divine Shield and Rush.
Which
Tech Raptor has an article, Bloodstained Curse of the Moon hits over 100,000 sales. Curse of the Moon is very popular. The creator of the game released a new image of one of the characters when it went over 100,000 sales. 100,000 sales is not a lot, but for a Japanese company, it can be a hugely large amount of sales when a lot of the Japanese visual novels are barely selling 20,000 copies, and maybe even in a lifetime. So it's bigger than you'd think. Mahmoud is on the chat. He goes, "Hello, my friend. I have successfully passed the final exam and I am a doctor now." Congratulations, Mahmoud. Mahmoud's been on chat off and on for probably about a year now, I would say. And he had to stop watching because he needed to study for his finals, and he made the right decision, clearly, and stopped watching my YouTube channel to study and passed it. And now Mahmoud is planning, or last time I talked to him, he was planning to be a doctor, I believe, in Africa, and not be a rich guy, but be a very helpful guy to help the poor and sick in, I think, Africa. Mahmoud said, "Rydo, I wish you will be the best YouTuber ever. You do good work, and I like to watch you and your channel." Thank you, Mahmoud. I too would love to be the best YouTuber ever and be very successful. But I think a lot of that too is going to come right down to how I define success. And inherently, I think people have to define that for themselves. And so for me, maybe I would say maybe my YouTube channel is already a pretty good success. It's just not a financial success. I'd like it to be a financial success so that I could do it for the rest of my life. But there may come a day when I have to go get a real job. And that's an important message, certainly, to tell kids out there, because there is this this false narrative that's being spread that all YouTubers are successes and all of them make a lot of money when really none of them do. And most people that do make a lot of money on YouTube do it by working way too hard. I still got a lot of news to go through though, so let's keep on moving forward through it. Rock Paper Shotgun has an article, Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition has arrived on the Windows 10 store, which seems kind of crazy. Why the Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition is coming to PC doesn't make a lot of sense. Generally speaking, you would just play Final Fantasy 15, not the Pocket Edition. I guess Fallout Shelter is also on PC. That too doesn't make any sense. We've got a game on Steam called exclamation point anyway, one word, exclamation point. It's like a really old looking game, like a Super Meat Boy attempt of a clone without any good graphics. 33% off for 66 cents. I don't think I see anything here that catches my attention, however. So, that's that. Next game we have is a game called Runefall, which is it looks like a match 3 puzzle game with some other puzzle games that give you maybe some currency to build up your village. Seems like it's a pretty casual game, but with enough variety in it that it might be a little bit more interesting than just your standard your standard match 3 game. But then it's 20% off for $7.99, so you're asking a pretty high price. I think I'm gonna keep an eye on Runefall though. I'm feeling generous on some good news today. And there's 2 other games from this developer, that one of which is rated positive. So yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on Runefall, and if the price goes down, I might give it a try. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article, Battlefield 5's Hollywood Realism, Battlefield versus other realistic games.
Options.
I'm still very much an outsider as far as Battlefield 5. It seems to me like more people expected the Battlefield series to be a semi-realistic military game, and the most recent trailer of having a female on the front lines with a prosthetic arm that she is able to use to lift up and bludgeon to death, lift up a heavy piece of wood and bludgeon to death people with. There's a definite lack of realism in that trailer, but I never really thought that the Battlefield was supposed to be. Oops, forgot to attack there. Was supposed to be realistic at all. Historically speaking, there are snipers that fought in World War II that were female. There were gunners on heavy guns and turrets that were female. There were lots of females back at home in the United States that were building the machines of war and very much contributing to the war. But there really wasn't any known or any I don't think there was any known person that was on the front fighting and succeeding. Most of the people on the front in general were getting murdered very quickly. So yeah, I could see why people might be a little bit upset with it becoming more fictitious. Personally, since I'm not going to play Battlefield anyways, I don't care. I don't care if Battlefield wants a bunch of aliens to show up in World War II. I don't care if they're probably missing a bunch of other historical accuracy things. I think I've heard people complain for certain games like that when the guns don't reload as slowly as they used to. Whatever it takes to make it a better game, I'm fine with. Mahmoud said, did I try playing PUBG? No. I'm not an online player, and as Fortnite, PUBG, they really don't have a story, so there's nothing there for me to really criticize too much. Like, I could play it once, do a snapshot of it, lose and die, and just be like, okay, well the graphics on PUBG aren't as good as Fortnite. The number of maps on PUBG aren't as good as Fortnite. I think I could probably say almost everything in Fortnite is better. But I wouldn't play Fortnite either, because there's just no story there, there's nothing to criticize. Like, also, since those games are very much about playing them when they're new, me criticizing PUBG doesn't help somebody make a purchasing decision 6 months to a year from now when it's burned out as a fad. And I know it will just be burned out as a fad. So, like, my video, which will stay on YouTube for as long as I can keep it on YouTube, doesn't have any rewatchability once PUBG servers are shut down and there's nothing to do, or there's just nobody playing it. People who want to play PUBG should just go play PUBG. But in general, shooters, first-person shooters are not the games I play. I am playing Borderlands 2 right now and pre-recording that. And that's about as close to a first-person shooter as I'll ever play. Is a heavily RPG, loot-based, story-based game that allows me to have a consistent beginning and end to the game with a storyline to follow and criticize. Let's see. Next game we have on Steam is called Honor Cry Aftermath. It says it's an action RPG, indie, single player atmospheric. Yeah, it looks like it's moving extremely slow. We've had a lot of games that look like MS-DOS top-down Diablo 1 games come out recently. I don't know why. It seems like they come in phases. Yeah, I don't see anything that would make me want to play this game for $3.59 with the 10% discount. No reviews on it. I was just about to play this guy. Let's see. The Honor Cry Aftermath is the kind of game that if it had come out in 1995 would have been an amazing success. But coming out in 2018, it's nothing. And every single game from this developer at best has a mixed review. So not a single product of about 10 products that they've made has caught anybody's attention in a good way. Sony has decided to ignore tradition with the E3 thing, and so they're trying to get ahead by releasing one tidbit of information every day starting today. Up until E3 in their presentation. So TechRaptor has an article, Sony pre-E3 2018 Day 1 is Tetris Effect. This is a game from the creator of Rez and Rez HD and Rez Infinite. It is referring to the Tetris Effect where the symbols are still on this, like you close your eyes and you still see it, so it's retinal burn in, basically.
Only a fool rejects the Lich King.
I thought that would kill him. Whatever Tetris Effect is supposed to be, though, it's not like Rez, and it doesn't look at all like Tetris. It's just a bunch of particle effects, and I am certainly willing to give them a try and keep an eye open for this, but I also am not sure Tetris Effect will come out for PC. It has Tetris in the name, so I imagine somebody is paying a license to somebody for that. But not really much of an announcement.
Winter is here.
And then do this.
Glory to the Sindora.
And then
To battle.
we kill anything? Rock Paper Shotgun has an article. Star Trek Online is still apparently online, and now that they apparently have added Deep Space Nine elements to it. Let's see, Star Trek Online is free to play. You can play it on Steam. The Victory is Life expansion is out now, and that is the, I think, Deep Space Nine element. I feel like the Star Trek Online will cover all of the Star Trek series. Probably not the Star Trek Discovery new series, and then they'll just have all the visual assets that they can use for a less MMO game, some single player game. But looking at the graphics right now for Star Trek Online, the graphics don't look hyper realistic. This is not a 4K, 8K level of textures, so they'd have to redo all the graphics, I think, a second time. I don't know how many people would really want to play Star Trek Online. Even the major fans of the series, I think, would probably be better off just watching the series, watching more Star Trek. Tech Raptor has an article. The final season arrives August 14th for The Walking Dead, which I thought the final season had already happened. I'm pretty sure I have a Walking Dead season, Telltale series Walking Dead game that I have not played. So I'll see if I can catch up and play that during October this year. I'd be alright with finishing The Walking Dead as a series. It's been long enough. Next we have a game called Arid Fortress. It looks like a very ugly, simple, low effort game, Counter-Strike Go type game. I've also been going for now like 2 hours, and I guess I'm just gonna have an extremely long episode today. Let's see. Yeah, Arid Fortress. 20% off for $1.59. I don't think it would be worth even 59 cents. Let's close that tab. Next game we have on Steam is called Paper Valley. It says it's a VR family-friendly adventure casual indie game. And what is it, really? It seems like it's a 3D valley where you're throwing paper airplanes at targets. And when you hit the targets, it causes the valley to gain color and grow more life into it. And there seems to be like different colored targets, little orbs. It's an interesting idea. E for everyone. It's 15% off for $11.04. And 3 positive and 0 negative reviews, which isn't saying much. I would say if you have VR and you want your kids to play in VR, at least this isn't one of those games where you're just standing in one spot and having hordes of zombies come towards you, which is a significant number of VR games. This is a non-violent experience that you could have your kids play. You might get a little dizzy with the paper airplanes flying around you all the time, and it is definitely a one-note experience, but I like it. I like Paper Valley, and then apparently it has a soundtrack they're also selling, so maybe the music's good. Of course, you still need VR. And if you don't have VR, forget it. Because... let's do that.
Reporting for duty. The battle.
Keep on playing.
I live.
Next game we have on Steam is called Anti-Graviator. It's a racing action sports indie game. It's maybe one I've been keeping an eye open for. It's a F-Zero style, you're moving very fast, racing game on crazy turns and hovering above the race tracks. Let's see, it's 10% off for $22.49. Maybe a little cheap, maybe a little expensive. It has a Metacritic of 71 and apparently a bunch of rewards. The first review, however, says it is not recommended. It says this game features a single-player campaign where you earn money during each race to unlock new parts. However, you must place first to unlock the next set of races, which is a very tough proposition. Additionally, there's local split-screen multiplayer, online multiplayer with rankings and leaderboard, single racings, and it goes down and on. So, yeah. Seems like Anti-Graviator is a little bit too difficult. There's no not recommended review here. It says a decent, good F-Zero-like anti-gravity racing, ruined, and I mean completely ruined by inane trap power-up system. Traps deployed by other racers tend to appear in front of you, your craft instantly, and with almost always no way to escape. Many of these traps bring you to a dead stop while the entire pack flies past you. If you set a trap yourself, there is no feedback if it's deployed, much less if it got another racer. If that sounds fun to you, by all means get this game. For the same, I would instead recommend Redout or Ballistic NG. And so there's a couple other anti-grav games being recommended on top instead of Anti-Graviator. Let's see this developer. This is the first game from this developer too. So I think I'm gonna close Anti-Graviator, like they said, and seems like there's better options. And this doesn't seem like it's quite as good as it should be. Next game on Steam is called Pixel Traffic Highway Racing. It's looks like a cell phone game, pixel voxel based infinite runner where you're changing lanes to get coins. It's 40% off for 59 cents. I don't know if it's even really worth that because you're going to get bored with it very fast. I don't think anything changes at all. I think it just infinitely goes. It's from the developer 4Kids, which makes the Vicky Spotter series, so maybe it's a kids game that little kids wouldn't get tired of, and maybe it's super simplistic because of that too.
Evil will be purged.
Let's see, we already talked about the job listings that indicate a new Diablo game is in the works by Blizzard, so I don't need to talk about that. There's a sale on Steam right now called the Not a Metroidvania game that has Dead Cells, Salt and Sanctuary, and a couple other games, Guacamelee, and it's Guacamelee Super Turbo Championship Edition, and Sundered. It's kind of hard though to buy those games on sale. I guess you would probably assume that they're not going to be for sale on the Steam Summer Sale. And so if you want those games right now, that's fine, but you'd probably do it better to save your money for just a couple of weeks and buy things from the summer sale. Next game we have on Steam is called Mermaid Mission Titanic, and boy is this just graphics drawn with a marker, like little high school level of animation. Says it's an indie adventure game. It's probably all talk because I'm not seeing anything here. The graphics are just horrible though, and they want $4.49 for this game. And this is the first game from this developer. I have a much bigger complaint about
Let me light the way.
the price of games. Oops, I played out of order. A much bigger gripe about the price of games on Steam than the types of games on Steam, because I feel like a lot of games would be worth buying if you were paying a lot less for them. Next we have a Gematsu article. All-Star Fruit Racing launches July 13th in Europe and August 21st in North America. Fruit-filled multiplayer kart racing. This is going to be for the PS4, Xbox One, and Switch. So we'll see this fruit racing game. It kind of looks like it was at one time a tie-in to Wreck-It Ralph, the second movie. But I doubt it is. So I might just be trying to advertise on there. And let me just ask, I think I'm still trying to get one victory with the priest. No, I'm still trying to get 2 victories with a priest. Ridiculous. Let's move over to casual. Oh, you know what? How about I play as the priest and then I'll get a victory with the priest. I've been playing as the paladin this whole time for apparently no reason. I'm not paying enough attention. Next game we have on Steam is called Stabbing Machine. Graphics look like garbage. I don't know what this is even supposed to... what you're supposed to be doing here. It kind of looks like an aggro IO attempt of a clone at that. It says it's early access for 99 cents, and since nothing interests me in that trailer, I'm gonna just close that tab and move on. Here's an RPG game that I imagine is only in Chinese. Yep, it's only in Chinese, so the name's in Chinese too.
We have turned our curse into our
cover that
strength.
game.
You win this one.
Next game, look at that. As soon as I play as the right character, I'll get a victory. Try that again. Next game we have is called Minako, M-I-N-A-K-O. Says it's an indie game and nothing else. It's... what is this? They say it's kind of like a tower defense game, but it looks to me like it's a pixel art game. And you chop down trees, build and equip, and seems like you're managing a Japanese village from ancient Japan. The goal is to defend your castle for 30 nights. To do that, you need to hire local villagers and assign them jobs. The key to victory is to keep in mind that each villager's stats and skills and assign them accordingly. Okay. Well, the graphics don't look good. This is a 99-cent game. There's one recommended user review. What's being shown me in the video and the trailers is not any kind of defense section. Okay, now I'm finally seeing the tower defense, and it's not really a tower defense. It's enemies on the left side are trying to progress to the right side, and your defenders are on the right side. And it looks incredibly boring to watch that section of gameplay, because I don't think you control much of anything in the game.
Amazing.
Next game we have is a game called Street Level Windows Edition. It says it's a strategy, cyberpunk, sci-fi, fast-paced card game. I'm not sure I agree with most of those descriptions. I'm not seeing any cards. I'm not seeing anything that's really cyberpunk, just a lot of neon colors. And this looks like a one-screen game for $1.19 with 40% off. And it's probably from a developer who's made nothing else. Yep. So ignore that. Gamma Sutra has an article. Let's see. Should I do that?
Quickly.
If I did this, then take this, and then did this, and then in the turn. Gamma Sutra has an article. Get a job. Funcom is looking for an animation programmer. That's in Durham, North Carolina. I think I may have listed that job several times. Seems like the jobs come and go. Gamma Sutra has an article of rare Japanese games rediscovered after 67 gigabyte folder leaks online. Around 70 rare Japanese video games have surfaced online after being leaked from a private file sharing directory. As reported by Motherboard, so I guess if you wanted the real story, go to Motherboard. 67 gigabytes is the real question, and how is that 70 games? It would have had to have been 70 rare Japanese games in and amongst thousands of other games. Otherwise you don't get up to 67 gigabytes unless you're talking a recent game. The lost titles were found on a chunky 67 gigabyte folder of ROMs being hidden away by a private collector. The cache included rarities like Labyrinth, a puzzler developed by Caravan Interactive, Longfield to be lost forever. And see, that's the craziness, is all these people talk about piracy, but in the end, most companies, even these days, still are deleting files and not keeping enough backups. Other obscurities include Cookies, Bustle, Yellow Brick Road, and Link Devicer 2074. These all sound like Atari or Commodore games. These don't sound like even NES era things. Let's see. If you're interested in the full story, head over to Motherboard. Well, thanks for making me read this entire article. The Motherboard article does have pictures, apparently. Although, maybe it also has ads. A couple pictures. So, yay, they found some old games, and I'm sure those will get torrented, and if you really wanted to play these extremely rare old games, you now have hope. Let's just play this. Alright, Hearthstone has a global games voting right now going on, so you pick somebody you're gonna sponsor and you'll get card backs. We've seen this before. 8 players, 3 spots. Vote for your country, watch the games. Log in to vote, and see, as soon as I log in to vote, I probably will have to select somebody. So, do I want to select... Apparently I can't select Anchor. I can select Noob Lord, Galleon, but I can't select somebody else, so apparently I'll take Noob Lord, I guess, and this guy. Maybe I'm zoomed out and there's more options. Yeah, there's more people. Pick 3. Pick the most Asian looking people if I can. apparently one of the guys is the top contender. And so I took Noob Lord, Frozen, and Terrari. And just randomly picked. And that's all you have to do. This is hype, and I don't even think it inherently said I would get more cards if the people I picked won and went further in the or if they went further in the competition. Yeah, it says you'll receive one free Witchwood pack, and that's it.
I wonder.
Here's Rock Paper Shotgun's take on Valve, saying it's not going to censor anymore. They phrased the article, Valve takes a stand against taking a stand on Steam rules. So Rock Paper Shotgun, clearly even more SJWE than and pro censorship, at least, than PC Gamer. At least PC Gamer tried to hit it. Interestingly enough, 5 hours ago on PC Gamer, the Eldritch Sex Adventure Lust for Darkness releases next week, and that was apparently the last game that this writer voted for on Steam Greenlight. It's coming out June 12th. Is this... Have I seen this game before? Maybe, maybe not. There was one that came out on Steam that people were trying to stream. Interesting. I gotta pay attention and actually play if I'm gonna win.
Awaken, my children. Your soul is mine.
So I'm trying to get to the Steam page. There we go. So we'll wishlist this and keep an eye out for it. However, yeah, this game Lust for Darkness, even now that it's okay on Steam, still not okay on YouTube. So it's something that I couldn't actually ever play without spending a considerable amount of time blurring things. Which ideally, like, if I had an editor, I wouldn't be opposed to playing one game like this every now and then, and having an editor in their off time blur things. And tell me, okay, this one's ready to go and ready to be released on YouTube. But but you never know if it's good enough for YouTube anyways, because YouTube is now also like censoring and getting rid of people who had websites where they'd go and gamble or play slot machines. So any website built around that concept is now apparently not acceptable, and I don't know what rule they're making up, you know, on YouTube to apply that. One must assume that they're claiming it's a dangerous activity to gamble. I mean, you can't really claim it's an illegal activity. This is that game that I saw, I think somebody tried to stream it. Well, it was Markiplier or PewDiePie, and there was like a demo. So yeah, Lust for Darkness is basically Eyes Wide Shut, the video game. However, take a moment to step back and remember that Agony just came out, and Agony was a big disappointment as far as what its actual gameplay. And this is being made by a developer who hasn't, I think, made anything else. So, sure, it's got our attention, but particularly when the game goes sensationalistic and is selling on sex, you have to take a breath and recognize that there's a very good chance that the game's not going to be good.
Just like you.
Moving on. Hearthstone update 11.2, June 5th. Let's see. There's a ton of going on in this update. We're celebrating a new Hearthstone holiday, inviting you to get in here for a great deal, mopping up Toki's timeline, hijinks, updating game mechanics, and making improvements to arena picks. We'll also be fixing a few bugs in the process. So Taverns of Time Special Edition, Toki has tangled the timelines, experiencing chronological chaos as alternate realities collide in the tavern. Draft 28 cards unique to the arena, special Taverns of Time daily quest awards, and both Gold and Dust. Taverns of Time begins June 11th and lasts through July 2nd. So it seems like there's going to be some kind of either special arena, which I doubt, so it more likely is going to be a special tavern brawl. Just play this, why not? The Get In Here bundle is 2 of each of the classic cards, the Witchwood, Kobolds and Catacombs, Knights of the Frozen Throne, and Journey to Angoro for a decent price of the bundle ends June 19th at 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. There will be a free pack day on June 13th to get a free golden classic packs filled with golden Hearthstone cards. Not a bad idea to have golden classic packs, although I would much prefer to, instead of having golden classic cards, I prefer to have golden card packs give legendaries only. 5 legendaries would be a lot more useful to most players than golden versions of 5 common cards. Let's see. Gameplay. Gameplay tricks and updates don't really matter too much. Arena updates don't matter to me. When players with the same hero except Death Knight greets each other, new emotes will play. That's, I guess, a slight improvement, so that we're not constantly hearing the same thing over and over again. But I don't think we hear the same thing over and over again anyways. So they may actually not be fixing as much as it seems. They're added a blue card back, a light forged card, a yellow card back, and a bunch of bug fixes, and some things to monster hunt. And that's kind of it. Usually don't look at the updates on Hearthstone, it's not really necessary. Gamer Sutra has an article, ID at Xbox Chief shares tips on what makes a good achievement. I want to read that, but I certainly don't have time now. PC Gamer has an article, Evolve devs say the 4 versus 1 caused more problems than we ever imagined. Almost certainly, since Evolve is effectively shut down. You can still play it, but all the servers have been shut down, so you have to host your own server. And I doubt very many people are playing it anyways. The 4 versus 1 concept just does not work. Asynchronous multiplayer does not work as a concept. Your game has an article. Paradox Interactive acquires Battletech developer Harebrained Schemes. I think there's probably too much to say there, so I'm just gonna skip that as I'm trying to get to the end. Like, Code Vein will hit PC this September. Good to know. I'm not sure we have an exact date. We already talked about that game. PC Gamer has a article. Here's an area of Dark Souls recreated in LEGO Worlds. LEGO Worlds is the quickly forgotten, more open world game to build things in LEGO and play a LEGO game. I watched the trailer. It's kind of cool and all, but it's not like you can download it and use it. It would be kind of a funny thing if TT Games actually did make a LEGO Dark Souls game, but I doubt they would do that. And if they were gonna do something, a more adult LEGO-ish game, I doubt Dark Souls would be the first one that they pick. I'm not sure the Dark Souls fans are going to move over to a LEGO game. PC Gamer has an article. Red Faction Guerrilla Remastered Edition is set for release in July. I think I may have already talked about this. So, pricing for Red Faction Guerrilla Remastered hasn't been announced, but owners of the original on Steam should be given the updated version for free. I assume when they say should be, they're not just editorializing and saying we wish that they were given that for free. There's this game called Awkward on Steam that it really is just a question game. Like, do you like pineapple on pizza? And it causes, like, you know, disagreements. And that's all the game is, but they sell it like it is the most controversial. They're trying to sell it like it's a super controversial game, and it's rated, they're saying it's rated M17, and I don't know how you can have a question game and make it M17 plus. They're certainly trying to sell it like it's a super hardcore offensive game for no reason. Meanwhile, for the most part, it's probably a joke troll game, or at the very least a very low effort game. PC Gamer had this article that I had mentioned before, the NBM chief, which is Australia's like national broadcast something, I imagine is what NBM stands for, has blamed poor peak hours of internet on video game players. So the fact that they can't give you a decent internet service in Australia is the fault of the people using the service that they're paying for. Sounds like something AT&T or Verizon in the United States would say, and hopefully nobody is dumb enough to actually listen to that kind of gibberish. Gamasutra has an article. UK ad regulator hits out at the gambler site for ads that are ads of particular appeal to children. The UK-based Advertising Standards Authority has upheld rulings against the gambling website M88, finding 3 of their platforms' ads advertise games in a way that was risked being of particular appeal to children. I'm seeing a picture here of a Little Red Riding Hood and a wolf character. So 2 of the games, Fairy Tale Legends Red Riding Hood and Fairy Tale Legends Hansel and Gretel, are based on children's fairy tales and will likely appeal to children over adults due to those factors. Of course, there's no freedom of speech or expression in the UK, so And frankly, that's exactly how I want to phrase that, even if people come back and try and argue it's not true. So adults in the UK who particularly might want to play, what is this, a slot machine game or something? Some kind of gambling game that is themed around Little Red Riding Hood. You can't experience what you want to experience because think of the children, and because you don't have freedom of speech and expression in the UK. On the other hand, consumer protection is something that should exist. This might be an overreach, this might not be. It seems kind of like they knew what they were doing. And that this was a risky thing to do. Generally speaking, you would probably just say absolutely not for children and name it something else. Moving on. TechRaptor has the Vampire Review, a Penny Dreadful. Skip down to the bottom of it and see what they give it. 6.0 good. They didn't rate it as high as many other people, actually. Most people were giving it a 7. PC Gamer has an article, Windows Server versus Network Attached Storage, which is better for home server. The long story short is neither one of them are going to be great. And they're going to be a lot of work and a lot of money. Attack twice. There's an interesting software that they tried to use, a special build of Linux called, what was it called? Let's see. OMV, Open Media Vault, I think is the name of it. Something to think about.
I wonder.
But in the end, it's probably easier and cheaper to have a pre-built network attached service device and instead of trying to build your own. As someone who's built their own and had a lot of problems and had to do a lot of learning and probably still has a lot of learning to do and a lot of problems still to fix, it's probably easier just to use a pre-built box that can do one thing and hopefully do it well. PC Gamer has an article, what happens when online games go down for maintenance. It might have been an interesting article for me to read, but I'm going to close this one just for the fact that I really don't care about MMO games, and I've got like 5 other articles that I might come back and read later, and that's way more than normal. Let's see.
Not all want are lost.
And now I'm on the Humble Bundle store, and there's the Daedalic Entertainment Bundle of 2018. That I don't think would work too well for me because I already have like Deponia, the complete journey, I think, but maybe not. I already have Anna's Quest. However, I'm missing Deponia Doomsday and Silence, and so it might be cheaper to spend $8 to just buy it a second time, a couple of games, and get some of the games I don't have. I'll spend the, maybe not get the $12 tier. So that's a bundle at least worth looking at, where the past 3 or 4 bundles have not caught my attention at all.
Awaken my children.
Job done.
I also have a manga to anime bundle of ebooks, I think. No, this isn't ebooks on how to draw manga. This is actual manga ebooks. It's not much of a bundle either. It doesn't have much variety, and it doesn't seem like it tells you it gives you any real full collections of stories. Also, beyond my Humble Bundle page, I know I have several pages of setups for information for E3. E3 is still, for the most part, scheduled, and I'm hoping to cover all of it and be awake. I might literally stream some and just not even be on the stream myself. Like, it may just be going. We're in a different position, definitely, since it's not going to be monetized anyways, where I can just kind of stream almost anything. I'll still not do the Nintendo stream. So that's the plan for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and maybe Monday. And so that whole week is a week where I probably would have preferred to play Borderlands 2, and instead I'll be doing E3, but that certainly is the right move. I can't for a second say that I should be playing pre-recording Borderlands 2 instead of E3.
Get behind me.
So I'm now scrolling down my Twitter feed just to see if there's any new news. Hopefully good news. Today's been a great news. Kind of a great day for news. Mahmoud became a doctor. Valve has taken an anti-censorship stance. YouTube still doesn't have any good news, sadly. But we can only ask for so much, I guess. I'm still looking for a win here also, so. Apparently AMD is definitely bringing 7 nanometer to gaming GPUs, but don't expect them anytime soon.
Well played.
So I'm scrolling down here. Fortnite's shotguns finally nerfed. Traps buffed back to normal. Am I playing ranked or regular? Yeah, I'm just playing casual. 4 hours I tweeted Steam. Love your new no censorship policy. Would you kindly buy at YouTube and implement the same policy there? 4 hours ago, Darksiders 2 Definitive Edition Episode 7 aired on my channel.
You asked for it.
The light shall bring victory.
Not sure. What's gonna happen, as it always does, is I'm gonna scroll down to a point where Twitter reloads, and once it reloads, I'm gonna start seeing more content that Twitter decided not to show me in the first place. It's so crazy how their system works. It like updates some of your feed to make it seem like you're seeing everything, but you're not seeing everything, clearly. And even now, when I scroll down as far as possible until it just stops loading any more content, that still doesn't really guarantee me. I'm certain I'm missing some things. PC Gamer is still talking about Forgotten Anne. A little bit overhyping and over advertising that game. It came, it went, not too many people are interested. 3 hours ago, Hearthstone episode 916 aired on my channel. I believe maybe yesterday, Hearthstone aired at 6 a.m. instead of 6 p.m. Oops. I put in the wrong time. That happens every now and then. Still working on the Google Calendar. I can't figure out how to make the Google Calendar set a notification at a specific time in the future past the actual time that the tweet happened, because it needs to happen 5, 10, 15 minutes in the future, so that there's enough of a buffer to make sure the alarm actually can get on somebody's calendar and sync to their calendar app and then go off. Still scrolling down Twitter like I end every stream. We've been going quite a long time, 2 hours now, so it's been a 3-hour video. I should have split it up. Full Throttle Remastered number 6 aired on my channel 6 hours ago. Let's do this. Far Cry 5's Hour of Darkness trailer is filled with stealth explosions and wrestling panthers. So, I don't know how many people are even going to bother to cover or play the DLC for Far Cry 5. Double the damage and stuff of your healing powers. Keep on scrolling down. I seriously don't believe that there's no more news. It's a Wednesday, there should be a little bit more. I imagine Friday, hopefully, is actually pretty tame. Because otherwise Friday's stream is going to go pretty long, and I imagine not too many people are going to watch it. It's pretty typical. People don't watch the Friday streams. So I'll probably be streaming Friday for a rather long time, trying to cover news so everything gets out of the way for the E3 stream. I suppose E3 might turn into a good example of a point where I could not talk as much. Like, my consistent and constant coverage and conversation style may not need to really happen when a press conference is going on. Let's see.
Let's crash this party!
The Video Game Awards are returning December 6th. We'll get more news about that later. Keep on scrolling. Some people are predicting what's going to be at E3. We really don't need to listen to rumors and such. I've already got a decent amount of that written down. One of the things I plan on doing during E3 is having on the lower right section or the entire right section of the screen just the times and what we expect will be talked about during those streams. And hopefully I've got the text in a format which is easy enough to read and follow.
Mushroom power!
Continue to scroll down. Continue to scroll down. Apparently, in the game Headlander, they were thinking about doing laser finger guns instead of just laser guns in general, and it didn't work because the camera was so zoomed out that you couldn't even tell the difference visually. Have I really hit the bottom? No way. But in a weird way, I'm kind of not seeing anything new either. How did I cover all the news? Is it because of the fact that I looked at all this stuff first? And because I streamed, and before I started streaming I scrolled down my Twitter. I don't need to do it a second time at the end, 7 hours later.
Job's done.
That's kind of hard to believe. Keep on scrolling. Yeah, I really haven't seen anything new happening. And there I'm at the bottom. And I got a new follower on Twitter and a new like. I got a like from somebody who's a proud gamer, manga, scan later, webcomic fan, and coder. Can't we all just get along? Is their description. Interesting. Alright. So this will be our last game. Let me see if I can bring up OBS. There we are. I'll play a little bit off screen. I'm tired of doing silent post shows. I don't think that was ever added much.
Reactor core online.
Job's done.
If I play this a second time, does that make it 6 or does that make it 8? I won't make it that far.
Do not fear. Fear those who will.
Yeah, and anytime we get to this point, you've lost. So I might as well just concede. I don't think I have anything on the Asian account that I need to get done. If it is, it's a challenge a friend. But I think I even did that. So, yeah, great day. I have a little bit of off-screen stuff to do. One more victory with the priest, and then maybe, just maybe, I need to do something on the Asian account. I'll double check. But great day. Again, congratulations to Mahmood on becoming a doctor. Congratulations on Valve for becoming a voice for anti-censorship. And congratulations for anything else good that happened today. This very possibly maybe have been the best day and the best news I've gotten since the beginning of the year. That's going to be it for this stream. Apologies for this last recording being 3 hours. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. When you subscribe, click the notification bell. Heck, it might do something. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. If you want to further follow me on Twitter, Tumblr, Google+, Steam, or Battle.net, all of those links are down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, the Steam Summer Sale is just about a week away now. And so gifting me a game during that summer sale off my wishlist, or just gifting me a game you want me to cover, is perfectly fine. If you don't want to bother to make the decision yourself, you can gift me gift cards. That is very helpful too. That's the only way I'm monetizing this channel right now. And if you happen to get a Steam code and you can't just gift it directly, send it to me in a direct message on Twitter and I'll get it there. That's it for the stream. Thank you for watching.